On November 19, 2007, John Straffen, described as an imbecile, a loner, a child trapped inside an adult, died in prison of natural causes. He will always be remembered as one of Britain's most notorious child murderers and the victim of one of the most humiliating trials in the history of British criminal justice. To this day, he is the longest-serving prisoner in the UK, having been incarcerated for 55 years, but that doesn't make up for the crimes he committed. Born in Borden, Hampshire, on February 27, 1930, Straffen spent his childhood in India, as his father served in the army and moved with the family to India, which at that time was still under British colonial rule. Straffen had a pretty normal childhood. There were no signs of mental issues or behavioral problems until he was 6 years old. That's when he got bitten by a mosquito which spread a virus to him. This led to encephalitis, a serious brain infection. If not treated quickly, this disease can cause long-term effects like memory problems, personality changes, and speech issues. In 1938, Straffen's family moved back to England and settled near Bath in Somerset. Soon after, Straffen started showing troublesome behavior. He began skipping school and stealing small things regularly. Because of this, he was sent to a guidance clinic for kids, but it didn't make a difference. 8 months later, he ended up in juvenile court after stealing a young girl's wallet. He was put on probation for 2 years. His probation worker soon noticed something troubling. Straffen didn't seem to grasp the concept of right and wrong. Most people, even those who break rules, have some understanding of morals and laws. They might struggle with their choices, but still recognize the boundaries. However, Straffen appeared completely disconnected from these ideas. Straffen's behavior might have been better if his parents had given him more support, but at the time, his family was living in a cramped space. His mom was too busy to pay much attention to him. Because of this, the probation worker thought Straffen needed more help. They sent him to a psychiatrist, who looked into Straffen's situation and decided he had a mental disability. As we know, the UK's Mental Deficiency Act classifies mentally defective individuals into 4 categories: idiots, imbeciles, feeble-minded persons, and moral imbeciles. This act covers mental defects, whether present from birth or acquired later in life. According to the Act, individuals deemed mentally defective and meeting any of the criteria must be detained in a specialized institution or placed under legal guardianship. In June 1940, Straffen was sent to St. Joseph's School, a boarding school for mentally defective children, by local officials. An intellectual evaluation that same year revealed his IQ was 58, and his mental age was 6 years old. 2 years later, he was transferred to another boarding school. Staff there noted that Straffen was a lonely boy who resented being placed in a boarding school by officials. He often lost his temper for no apparent reason. Additionally, a second psychiatric evaluation revised his IQ to 64 and his mental age to 9.5 years. At the age of 16, Straffen left the boarding school and returned to Bath to live with his family. The same year, a health officer evaluated Straffen and concluded that his IQ was 64 and he was a moral imbecile, was capable of performing basic manual labor. But the officer noted that Straffen would need to be certified under the Mental Deficiency Act before he could join the workforce. Later, after several short-term menial jobs, Straffen found steady work as a machinist in a garment factory, a position he held for 10 months. In 1947, Straffen began to commit serious crimes. On July 27th, a 13-year-old girl reported to the police that a blonde teenager named John had covered her mouth and sexually assaulted her in an isolated area. The teenager had threatened her by saying, "What would you do if I decided to kill you? I've done this kind of thing before." At the time, police were unable to identify the attacker due to a lack of witnesses and information about his appearance. It was only later, after Straffen's arrest, that the case was linked to him. The same fall, Straffen was arrested for burglary, not his first offense. Straffen had a particular proclivity, perhaps a habit from his childhood, to steal items from unoccupied houses, but instead of taking these stolen items home or giving them to others, he threw them away. Straffen's thinking was different from the norm. When the average person is arrested, they never admit to charges that the police have no proof of, but Straffen voluntarily admitted to committing 13 other burglaries. Straffen was detained at HMP Horfield under the Mental Deficiency Act, and he also underwent a psychiatric examination by the prison's medical superintendent, who classified Straffen as imbeciles. 2 years later, because of his good behavior, Straffen was transferred to a lower security hotel where Straffen initially behaved well, working as hard as he could, but soon began his thieving behavior again. And in February 1950, when the warders saw him stealing a bag of walnuts, they once again sent Straffen back to HMP Horfeld. In early 1951, Straffen was examined at a hospital, and an electroencephalogram revealed that Straffen had suffered extensive and severe damage to the cerebral cortex, stemming from encephalitis which he had contracted at the age of 6. At this point, Straffen was deemed by staff to have had his offense corrected so that he could be reunited with his family for a short period of time, and Straffen then found an odd job in the market garden in the interim. And upon learning this, staff allowed Straffen to keep his job and authorized him to return to his home and be unsupervised. In 1951, Straffen's family sued the medical staff, who believed that Straffen had developed the ability to live independently and fulfill his social responsibilities in his daily life. And under the Mental Deficiency Act, Straffen underwent a further psychiatric evaluation by the medical staff at the age of 21, but who continued to classify Straffen as feeble-minded. After being indicted, these medical personnel re-examined Straffen, and they found that Straffen's mental age had been corrected to 10, so they renewed Straffen's certificate of mental deficiency for only 6 months to facilitate his ability to be recognized as not needing to come back to the mental institution. In addition, 2 days before Straffen was re-evaluated for psychiatric evaluation, a 7-year-old girl named Christine Vivian Butcher was murdered in Berkshire County after her killer sexually assaulted her and then strangled her with her raincoat. After this murder occurred, the police investigation has always been passive, so this has caused intense public anger. Although the murder had nothing to do with Straffen, it is well known that Straffen had an inexplicably strong resentment and hatred of the police, which may have stemmed from the fact that Straffen had been subjected to police control throughout his teenage years. So it is highly likely that Straffen believed that the way he could get back at the police was by strangling young women, which he thought would cause the police great frustration. On the afternoon of July 15, 1951, Straffen was visiting the local movie theater, as he always did on Sundays, and as he passed down a street, he noticed a little girl picking flowers in the grass and smiling up at him. This little girl is Brenda Constance Goddard, only 5 years old. She lives with her foster parents. At first, her foster parents made it a rule that she could only play in their own garden and never leave the house when they both had things to do or couldn't take care of her. But on this particular day, Brenda didn't listen to her foster parents. She hid from her foster mom and sneaked across the road to gather buttercups and daisies from a nearby meadow. Upon seeing Brenda, Straffen crouched down. He turned towards this little girl and asked, "What are you doing?" Brenda said, "Picking flowers." Then she smiled and held out her arm to show a bouquet of white flowers, and in the ensuing chat, Straffen learned Brenda's name. He said, "I know of a place where there are more beautiful flowers. They're in the woods nearby. I'll take you to see them, okay?" Faced with beautiful flowers, Brenda eagerly agreed. Hand in hand, they walked together to the entrance of the grove, where there was a fence. So Brenda had to beg Straffen to carry her through. Almost immediately after that, Straffen strangled the sweet girl with his hands. Brenda didn't let out a single scream or fight back until she died. She was like a doll, full of affection for anyone in the world. For not hearing the little girl's screams, Straffen also felt confused and frustrated. He did not hide the remains. He just left the grove and continued his journey towards the movie theater. Around 3 p.m., Straffen was watching a movie when Brenda's foster mother also reported her missing. Around 7:10 p.m., police found Brenda's remains. She was located only 300 yards from her home. Police only found many cut white flowers at the crime scene. They found that the little girl had not been sexually assaulted, so they were unable to comprehend or confirm the killer's true motive for the crime. Next, after ruling out suspects from Brenda's biological and foster families, police began questioning people in the area who had previous criminal records. On August 3rd, Straffen was questioned. During that time, he admitted that he was wearing a navy blue suit that day. Investigators suspected that he might be the person wearing the suit that Brenda's foster mother saw before she noticed Brenda's disappearance. But Straffen denied any involvement in the murder, and the police had no physical evidence linking Straffen to the murder. On August 8th, Straffen met 9-year-old Cicely Dorothy Batstone at a movie theater. The two of them watched the same movie. After the movie was over, Straffen gave Cicely a candy bar, and the two of them began to talk. At first, Cicely made a query about how her mother had told her that it was Children's Day, and so she was allowed to come to the movie theater alone. But she doesn't know what the word means, And in response, Straffen tells her that the word means that children can do whatever they want all day. Straffen then offered to accompany Cicely to another local movie theater to see a Western, promising to pay for the ticket, to which Cicely excitedly agreed, and the two of them next rode a bus through the town, where at about 8 p.m., a policeman's wife was very disturbed when she saw them heading down the road toward the meadow, but didn't bother to interfere with Straffen and Cicely. Shortly after entering a meadow known locally as the Tumps, unsurprisingly, Cicely was strangled by Straffen, who then walked home, purchasing fish and chips to eat along the way. In fact, on the afternoon of August 8th, Cicely's parents were partying with friends, and they also told their 16-year-old daughter to supervise whether Cicely had come home at the prearranged time slot. That's why they let Cicely watch a movie at the movie theater alone. However, when Cicely didn't come home, her sister thought that Cicely stayed with her parents. Therefore, when Cicely's parents came home at around 11 p.m., they realized that Cicely was not at home. Upon receiving the report of a missing child, the police immediately conducted a massive manhunt. Learning that her husband, who was a police officer, was required to search for the missing little girl, the witness recalled the afternoon when she had seen a young brunette girl dressed in a gray cardigan and colorful dress, accompanied by a slim blonde young man, heading in the direction of the Tumps, and how this sighting had disturbed her. So, early the next morning, the witness mentioned the incident to her husband, who had just arrived home from a search, and instructed the police to search the spot where she had seen the two. And eventually, at 8:30 a.m. on August 9th, Cicely's remains were found. In addition to this witness, there were other witnesses who observed the strange pair, including a bus driver who noted that the young blonde man, with whom he had been a coworker, was named John Straffen. Next, the police drove directly to Straffen's home and questioned him about Cicely's murder, to which Straffen then replied, "Are you talking about the girl who was taking pictures with me last night?" Upon hearing this response, the police placed Straffen under arrest. Straffen admitted to the police that he had been at Cicely's side all yesterday afternoon, but he denied that he had killed her and insisted that the last time he had seen Cicely, she had been asleep at the Tumps. And a few hours later, he revised his story. "She was a bright little girl," he said, "and we chatted together in the seats downstairs, and we finished the movie and walked out of the theater together, and it was still light. We went into a field and walked up the slope behind the hedges, and she said she was tired and lay down on the grass, and I was choking her, and she was dead when I left her, but you can't prove it." He also voluntarily confessed to Brenda's murder, saying, "Another girl, I did the same thing to her." When asked why he killed the children, Straffen stated that he committed both murders, so that the police would actually have something to do, instead of continuing to hunt him down for relatively trivial offenses, and the next day he was formally charged with Cicely's murder. On August 24th, 1951, Straffen was transported to Bath City Hall, where he was charged with 2 counts of child murder. The trial commenced on October 17th, and the only witness who testified was the medical superintendent of HMP Horfield, who testified that he had examined Straffen on several occasions between 1947 and 1951, that he was able to ascertain that Straffen's present mental deficiencies were substantially the same as they had been in 1947, and that, in his opinion, Straffen was incapable of comprehending the circumstances of the legal proceedings and the procedures. The judge said to the jury that, "In this country we don't try insane people. If you have to, you might as well try babies in arms. If a person can't understand what is going on, then they can't be tried." So the jury formally ruled that Straffen was insane and unfit to plead, but that he was also bound to liberty and detained at Broadmoor Hospital's psychiatric institution. The hospital was built in the 19th century and was initially known as the Criminal Lunatic Asylum. However, the Criminal Justice Act transferred all responsibility for the institution to the Ministry of Health in 1948. And by the time Straffen was incarcerated, those who had been admitted to the hospital had been reclassified from inmate to patient status, and as a result, all patients within the hospital were subject to a more humane regime. Upon arrival at this hospital, Straffen was assigned a job as a janitor, and on April 29, 1952, Straffen put on civilian clothes and then his assigned coveralls. And at about 2 p.m., using a large bucket of disinfectant, he climbed over a 3-meter-high wall after climbing up to the unguarded roof. The guards at Broadmoor Hospital were also quick to notice that Straffen had escaped, and they notified the local police. Meanwhile, after escaping Broadmoor Hospital, Straffen first stripped off his overalls and then walked for 2 hours to reach a small mountain village where he began to wander aimlessly. About 5:30 p.m., a resident glanced out the window of the cottage, where she saw a strange man sitting on a bench, watching intently as 5-year-old Linda Boyer rode her new bike around the village. About 5:50 p.m., Straffen lured Linda into a nearby field and strangled her. Then he walked to a nearby house, claimed to be a hiker and lost, and asked the owner of the house for a glass of water and a road map to a nearby city. Straffen then stops a female driver on the road and asks if she can drive him to a nearby bus stop. Arriving near the bus stop, Straffen sees several men loitering right near the bus stop and nervously inquires, "Is that the police? What are they doing?" Immediately thereafter, he got out of the car early and walked directly in the opposite direction from the bus stop, and a few minutes later, Straffen was observed talking to several young children in an alley. The female driver spoke to several men at the bus stop and learned that they were police officers who were squatting on Straffen, who had escaped from Broadmoor Hospital a few hours earlier. And after learning what Straffen looked like, the female driver told several police officers that the passenger she had just picked up was Straffen. Whereupon several police officers immediately ran off in the direction she had indicated, and after a brief chase and struggle, the officers arrested Straffen at 6:40 p.m. in a field. At 7:30 p.m., Linda's mother noticed that her daughter had not returned home. She assumed that Linda was still around the village showing off her newly purchased bicycle. She only shouted her name from the garden gate. But as time passed and Linda never returned home, Linda's mother remembered that a neighbor had mentioned earlier that he had seen a strange man who had been staring at Linda, so she reported the situation to the police. Police found Linda's remains under an oak tree at 5:25 a.m. the next morning, and an autopsy showed that the child had been dead for 12 to 15 hours, just about 5 to 8 p.m. yesterday, and that she had not been sexually assaulted. Investigators approached Straffen, who had been arrested, and asked him if he had committed any other crimes during the time he was fleeing, to which Straffen replied, "I didn't kill her. I know you cops. I know I killed Brenda and Cicely, but I didn't kill the little girl on the bike," which obviously was a direct revelation to the police that Straffen was the same man who was staring at the Linda's strange man. On May 1st, 1952, investigators formally charged Straffen with Linda's murder and detained him in the hospital at HMP Brixton, awaiting the ensuing court trial. On July 21st, 1952, on the advice of defense counsel, Straffen pleaded not guilty to the charges. On the day the trial began, the defense told the jurors that their client would not testify on his own behalf because he was mentally defective, and indicated that a person found unfit to plead could not make a proper defense or follow the details of the evidence, and the defense elected to leave the issue of Straffen's sanity to the jury to decide. At the start of the trial, the judge said that evidence about Straffen's 2 previous murders could be used as similar factual evidence. There was no obvious motive for Linda's murder, which was not different from the cases of Brenda and Cicely. The 3 children were all under the same age. There was no evidence that they'd been fighting with the murderer at the scene, and the prosecution and witnesses didn't try to cover up the fact that the killer hadn't tried to hide any of the children's remains. The prosecution emphasized that Straffen had 4 hours of free time after his escape, during which time Linda was murdered, and the police were able to explain most of Straffen's actions during this time through eyewitness testimony and time projections, but they were still left with the crucial 20 minutes that they could not explain because Linda was murdered during this time. And then the police reconstruction of the route shows that it took approximately 6 minutes and 30 seconds from the time Straffen saw Linda on her bicycle to the woods, where her remains was found, to the time he left the woods and found a house to borrow water for a drink, meaning that Straffen had enough time to accomplish these actions during this 20-minute period. A pathologist noted that the pressure on Linda's neck was definite and correctly placed, like that of an experienced person, and in addition, he found many similarities between the method of strangulation used in Straffen's previous murders of 2 children and Linda's case. The defense strategy was to defend Straffen by questioning the prosecution's timeline and offering evidence of his mental condition. And they called several people who had previously evaluated their client to offer evidence of his mental condition. In addition to a woman and her son who heard a young girl's screams from the direction of the bushes where Linda was found at approximately 6:45 p.m. on the day of Linda's disappearance, from the direction of the bush where Linda's remains had been found, and they wanted to use this clue to show that Linda had been murdered after Straffen had been rearrested. The prosecution emphasized that 20 minutes was sufficient time for the murder and its aftermath, and challenged the testimony of the woman and her son as potentially inaccurate. In order to rebut the contention that Straffen was of limited intelligence and incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong, they called several medical personnel and psychiatrists to testify as to the therapeutic treatments they administered to Straffen prior to his escape from prison, claiming that they had enhanced Straffen's knowledge and intelligence, enabling him to know the difference between right and wrong, and to understand the basic principles relating to the consequential legal proceedings that resulted from his actions. One of the mental deficiency treatment specialists testified that Straffen told him that he knew it was wrong to commit the act of murder, because the act was one of the commandments. The trial took 4 days, and at the end of the closing arguments, the judge gave his final instructions to the jury. He said that if the jury was sure that the prisoner killed Linda, then the defense's claim of insanity should be considered. To prove insanity, the defense would have to show that the prisoner didn't know what they were doing was wrong. The jury would have to look at all the medical evidence from both sides. No one has ever said that this man is insane, even in the medical sense. The jury deliberated for only 29 minutes before announcing the verdict of Straffen's guilt. Therefore, the judge sentenced Straffen to death and then told him that his crime was that he intentionally committed an act of cruelty against the girl. Upon hearing the verdict, Straffen showed no emotion. Furthermore, the mothers of the 3 victims were present in the courtroom and heard Straffen being sentenced to death. Initially, Straffen's execution date was set for September 4th. But the British Home Secretary at the time recommended to the Queen that Straffen's execution be stayed. So the death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment on August 29th, where it remained until November 19, 2007, when he died of natural causes. In the late 1980s, there was a British-Australian serial killer. Over a 14-month period, he murdered 6 elderly women, using his fists, hammer, and pantyhose as tools. A few years after being sentenced to prison, he hanged himself. Before he died, he gave a picture with 2 trees and the Arabic numeral 9 drawn on it to the last person who visited him. So there has been speculation that he actually killed 9 people, not 6. March 1st, 1989 at 3:40 p.m., a block of flats on the outskirts of Mosman. Most of the residents in this block of flats were elderly women, with a few young families and children. At that time, 2 young boys exiting the lift on the first floor were confronted with a shocking sight. An 82-year-old woman, Gwendolyn Mitchell-Hill, was bleeding profusely from her head, attempting to crawl to the glass door at the front of the apartment. Her socks were off, her walking stick and handbag lay on the ground. Then boys sought help from a neighbor, and Gwendolyn was rushed to the emergency room by ambulance. Initially, many assumed she had fallen and injured her head, failing to notice her handbag had been rummaged through, and the blood on the ground was simply washed away. While doctors took medical action to prevent an intracranial hematoma in Gwendolyn, further examination revealed bruising around her eye sockets and several broken ribs, injuries inconsistent with a fall. Consequently, a doctor contacted the police. Another medical staff member also reported the state of Gwendolina's handbag to the police. That night, Gwendolyn passed away due to the severity of her injuries. The police dispatched forensic evidence teams and investigators to look into the case. They discovered that the wallet which had been in the deceased's handbag was missing. The following day, the post-mortem report revealed that Gwendolyn had suffered severe bruising around her right eye and 7 broken ribs, injuries consistent with being beaten, as well as severe bruising on her right shoulder and wounds to both sides of her skull consistent with being struck with a blunt instrument. The police initially concluded that she had been the victim of a malicious attack. On May 9, 1989, Winfreda Ashton, an 84-year-old, had a busy day. She visited Sydney Eye Hospital and then went to Mosman's Veterans Club. Around 2:30 p.m., after leaving the club, she went to a bank and a supermarket, chatting with a friend along the way. Before returning home, she checked her mailbox. In the evening, she was found lying face down beside a trash bin by a resident, her shoes and walking stick scattered on the ground. Like the previous victim, her handbag had been rummaged through, and her wallet was missing. The autopsy revealed widespread bruising on her head from blows, 5 broken ribs on her left side, and bruises behind her ear indicating she had been forcibly held down. She had been strangled with her own pantyhose with such force that it cut through her skin. Her legs were crossed and her arms lay by her sides. No signs of seminal fluid were found. The police concluded they were dealing with a serial killer. Both victims were wealthy elderly women from the same suburb. Their injuries were strikingly similar, involving extensive trauma from blunt objects and fists. The crime scenes were near their homes, only about a kilometer apart, and located at the entrances of their residences. Moreover, while the victim's wallet was stolen, her diamond rings remained, implying the motive was violence, not financial gain. In the following months, though no more murders occurred, several women reported assaults to the police. On June 6th, Marjorie Mosley, a 77-year-old, reported to hospital staff and police that a man had put his hand down her nightie, but she couldn't recall the man's appearance. On June 24th, an old woman reported that a man had fondled her clothes and buttocks. In the next room, another patient's nightgown was lifted and her breasts were fondled. On July 9th, a lady found Ashton's lost wallet in Aspen Park. Unaware of its importance as evidence, she put it in Ashton's mailbox. On October 18th, Doris Cox, an 86-year-old with a bloody face, was found sitting at her door. Her face was covered with grass, several teeth were knocked out, and she had head injuries. The next day, before the police were notified, neighbors, thinking she had fallen, cleaned the scene. The forensic examiner of the first two victims checked Doris and confirmed her injuries were from a rear assault. Though she survived due to her dementia, the police could get no more clues. On Thursday, November 2nd, 85-year-old Margaret Pahoud was attacked on her way home from shopping. A girl found her injured, with messy clothes, shoes, and a walking stick scattered around. She was lying face down in a pool of blood. Before the police arrived, the blood at the scene was washed away. The autopsy showed similarities to previous murders, a fractured skull from a blunt blow to the back of the head, and tears to the face and head. There was no sign of sexual assault, and her handbag was missing. On November 3rd, 81-year-old Olive Cleveland was attacked on her way back to the nursing home and found dead on the road. The killer left his unique mark. Her clothes were lifted, legs exposed, pantyhose removed and tightly around her throat. Like other victims, her head was surrounded by blood. Her belongings, including a handbag, shoes, and glasses, were by her feet. To protect otherly residents, staff washed away the blood before the police arrived. The police found more clues about the killer. He always struck around 3 p.m. with no witnesses. Although Olive's crime scene was farther from others, it was still relatively close. With 4 murders committed, the state government offered $200,000 reward for the killer's arrest. On November 23rd, Muriel Falconer, a 93-year-old, was still mentally alert. After receiving her lunch from a delivery worker, she visited nearby shops. The next day, the delivery worker returned around 1 p.m., but Falconer didn't answer. A neighbor, worried after not seeing her all day, went to check and used a spare key to enter. The neighbor found Falconer lying face down in the hallway, her clothes disarranged and skirt pulled above her head, which couldn't fully conceal the blood flowing from her head. Her shoes and shopping items were by her feet, and her wallet was open with money missing. The autopsy revealed severe beatings, 3 skull fractures, several facial bone fragments, and her pantyhose and belt tightly around her throat. Unlike the previous 4 murder scenes, which were compromised, this crime scene was intact. The killer left footprints in Falconer's blood, providing police with valuable evidence for identifying suspects. In addition, the special task force handling the murder investigation shifted its focus. Noticing that all victims were elderly women, they realized the killer might have attacked many others. So they asked local police stations for records of recent assaults on elderly women. Several cases were transferred, and the victims gave similar descriptions of the attacker, a white male, around 50 years old, with gray hair. On January 11th, Daisy Roberts, an elderly patient, was assaulted in the hospital. She reported that a man with gray hair entered her room, put his hands under her nightgown, and fondled her breasts, claiming she was suffering from hypothermia. Daisy was terrified and called for help. A nurse arrived and saw a middle-aged man rushing out of the room. Fortunately, the nurse recognized him as John Wayne Glover, a sales representative for a food company. The police located Glover and summoned him to the police station on January 13th for questioning, but he didn't show up. When the police called his house, his wife answered and informed them that Glover had attempted suicide and was currently at Royal North Shore Hospital. 2 police officers went to the hospital to see Glover. Although he refused to be interviewed, he allowed them to take photos. Moreover, hospital staff handed over a suicide note he had written, which included the phrases, "No more grannies," and "Essie started it." 2 weeks later, the suicide note and photos were given to the Special Task Force for the murder investigation. Although there was a lack of evidence, they were convinced that Glover was the killer. The head of the task force said, "Even if he says, 'I don't want to talk,' we can't prove anything." However, the photo matches the description of the suspect, and given his job as a food salesman, he could have been near any of the murder scenes. Due to insufficient evidence, the police didn't charge Glover but kept him under surveillance, even installing a tracking device on his car. On March 19, 1990, at 10:30 a.m., Glover parked his car in front of a house. After tidying his hair and tie and grabbing his briefcase, he entered the house. Initially, police and investigators, thinking he was meeting lawyers, waited outside. But when he hadn't left by 5 p.m., they obtained a warrant to enter at 6 p.m. 2 uniformed officers knocked on the door, got no response, and went to the back of the house. Through a glass window, they spotted a hammer on a blood-stained carpet and immediately forced their way in. They found Joan Sinclair's body, a 60-year-old woman, lying near a bloodied crowbar. Her head was wrapped in a towel, her lower clothing removed, and her pantyhose tightly tied around her neck. Proceeding cautiously, as Glover was still inside, the police reached the bathroom to find Glover unconscious, part of his face submerged in water. Medical personnel arrived, pronounced Sinclair dead at the scene, and treated Glover for alcohol and drug overdose before taking him to a police-guarded hospital. Later, Glover admitted to the police that he had murdered Sinclair. He stated they had a prior relationship, and he used a hammer to strike her head, removed her pantyhose to strangle her, then moved her body onto a mat. He wrapped 4 towels around her severe head wound to stem the bleeding and dragged her body across the room, leaving a blood trail. Finally, he took a bath, swallowed a handful of sleeping pills, and slashed his left wrist in a suicide attempt while lying in the bathtub. Born into a working-class family in England on November 26, 1932, his childhood experiences are unknown. It is well known that the British society at that time was experiencing an economic crisis. As a result, workers had low and unstable incomes and could only live in cramped and dilapidated houses, and conflicts and contradictions among family members were also prone to arise due to the pressure of life. On top of that, his mother, Frida, had an extremely complicated emotional life. She divorced Glover's father and then married 3 times, and she had numerous boyfriends. Such a complicated emotional relationship left Glover confused and upset. Around 1956, Glover migrated to Australia, adrift and uncertain of his future. He drifted across various states, a pattern mirrored by many serial offenders. His criminal activities soon followed. In Victoria, he was guilty of 2 thefts. In New South Wales, another theft was added to his record. Years later in Melbourne, he was convicted of 2 counts of assaulting women, 2 indecent acts, 1 assault with intent to wound, and 4 more thefts. After serving 3 years in prison, Glover sought stability. He secured a job as a food company sales representative and married a woman, with whom he had 2 children. The family settled in Mosman, Sydney, residing with his wife's parents. His wife's mother, Essie, was a dominant figure, prone to criticizing and interfering in others' lives. In reality, Glover was a volunteer at an elderly association. His friends saw him as friendly and trustworthy. No one suspected he was a serial killer targeting elderly women. On March 28th, the trial of Glover commenced. Glover entered a plea of not guilty on the grounds of diminished responsibility. A psychiatrist testified that Glover had harbored hostility and aggression toward his mother since childhood, feelings that later extended to Essie. The psychiatrist speculated that the phrase "Essie started it" in Glover's suicide note might indicate that his killing spree was triggered by Essie. Another psychiatrist confirmed that Glover suffered from a severe personality disorder, likely rooted in his relationships with his mother and Essie. The prosecutor argued that Glover was fully aware of his actions and meticulously planned the disposal of stolen goods and the destruction of forensic evidence by cleaning his hammer with acid. His sexual impotence and lack of sexual interest led him to commit acts of indecency rather than sexual assault. The use of stockings to strangle his victims served both to confirm their deaths and to mislead the police into believing the motive was sexual. Additionally, his gambling addiction and the financial gains from theft were highlighted as key factors in his crimes. After the jury's guilty verdict, the judge stated that he was dealing with an extremely dangerous prisoner who could choose when to attack and when to stop. He was cunning and able to cover his tracks. It was clear that Glover had carefully selected his opportunities, and although the crimes were opportunistic, he had avoided high-risk places. Since January 1989, This period had been one of serious crimes involving extreme violence against elderly women, along with theft or robbery of their property. The prisoner had shown himself to be extremely dangerous, a view echoed by the psychiatrists who testified at his trial. The judge said, "I have no choice but to impose the maximum sentence, which means the prisoner will spend the rest of his life in prison. The minimum term that must be served before parole is not appropriate in this case. Given these life sentences, the prisoner will not be released under any order of this court. He will never be released." On September 10, 2005, the 72-year-old serial killer was confirmed to have hanged himself. Bruce Hamill, who killed an elderly woman in 1977 by reason of insanity, and he was later committed to a maximum security psychiatric hospital in Ontario for treatment. There, he befriends a mentally disturbed serial killer, Peter Woodcock, a man who is complex, cunning, and highly deceptive. 11 years later, he was released from the asylum and took a security job at a courthouse in Ottawa. Later, he became a security guard at Brockville Hospital. Since Peter was also transferred to this hospital, they became close again. Over the next few years, Hamill and Peter developed a morbidly intimate relationship. By exaggerating his exploits, Peter has also convinced Hamill that he knows the rules and loopholes of the asylum inside and out and is able to exploit them for his own benefit. In 1991, Peter indoctrinated Hamill with a fictional concept, claiming to have invited Hamill into a mysterious organization if he could help Peter kill a psychopath, Dennis Kerr. After joining, he can get $50,000 and a house, a top security job at the Capitol, and a cure for his mental illness. Hamill was fascinated by the lie and saw it as a chance to improve his life. When the time came on July 13, 1991, the day, Hamill went to a hardware store to buy a wrench, an adze, knives, and a sleeping bag. Then he returned to Brockville Hospital and took Peter out of there with a pass. They first hid the murder weapon in a wooded bush and called Dennis to invite him to meet them there. When he arrived, Peter grabbed the wrench and struck him in the head, beating him repeatedly until Dennis lost consciousness. They then grabbed an axe and knife and dismembered Dennis' body, nearly cutting off his head, during which time they sexually assaulted Dennis. After this murder, Peter left the scene of the crime and walked to the police station to turn himself in. Hamill, on the other hand, stayed at the scene, claiming that he was a believer in aliens and that they would come to rescue him. In the end, he was arrested by the police after he passed out from an overdose of sleeping pills. Peter is extremely dangerous, psychologically twisted, and highly deceptive and manipulative. He spent almost his entire life in a mental institution, and the press has commented that he is a serial killer who will never be cured. In one interview, Peter said, "I was accused of having no morals, which is a fair assessment, because my morals are everything the system allows." He was born on March 5, 1939 in Peterborough, Ontario. His mother, a 17-year-old unmarried factory worker, breastfed him for a month before giving him up to foster care because she couldn't afford to raise him. When Peter was a baby, he was constantly sent to different foster homes because he was unable to develop a close bond with his adoptive parents. At 1 year old, Peter became afraid of anyone approaching him and spoke incoherently, like a strange whimper. During this time, Peter was also physically abused by a family of foster parents to the point of near death, for which he was also treated for a neck injury. At 3 years old, Peter was adopted by Frank and Susan Maynard, who lived in Toronto. They are a middle-class couple with a son, and Susan is a strong woman who develops a strong attachment to the maladjusted child and provides him with a substantial and stable living environment. However, Peter still exhibits a withdrawn personality and screams at the top of his lungs when he comes into contact with strangers. At 5-year-old, Peter remained socially maladjusted and was the target of peer bullying. Concerned about his emotional state, Frank and Susan would regularly take Peter to Children's Hospital, where Peter received extensive therapy. At 6-year-old, Peter was sent to a private school, but he still wouldn't make friends or talk to anyone, and he spent a lot of time alone. At the time, the Children's Aid Society described Peter was small and thin and a neat appearance, with bright and clear eyes. When interacting with others, his facial expressions would become worried, and sometimes his eyes would widen. While walking, he moved quickly and hurried forward. When talking with us, he attributed his reluctance to interact with others to extreme nervousness that forced him to withdraw. In some aspects, Peter had almost no self-control, openly displaying his thoughts. Additionally, he had deep affection for his adoptive mother. Though he expressed resentment toward other children, he never physically harmed anyone under our observation. Sometimes he played with younger children, but around peers he became nervous, always rejecting and misinterpreting their ideas. As an adolescent, Peter's violent fantasies emerge, and when a social worker walks with him at the National Exposition in Canada, he mumbles, "I wish bombs would fall on the exhibit and kill all the kids." Peter was later sent to a school for emotionally disturbed children and acted upon his strong sexual urges towards other children. This was because, he said, he had consensual sex with a 12-year-old girl when he was 13 years old. At 15 years old, Peter returned to live with his adoptive parents, but was soon resent to his old private school, where Peter was still unable to bond with his peers. At 16 years old, he left private school again and was sent to a public high school, where neighborhood kids recognized the loner and resumed bullying. Peter's most prized possession was a red and white bicycle, which he rode to satisfy his urge for constant wandering, sometimes to the other side of town, even in the cold of winter. In addition, while riding his bike, Peter would fantasize that he was leading a bike gang of 500 withdrawn boys, and his foster parents were aware of this fantasy and wanderlust, but they didn't know that Peter had begun to travel around Toronto's neighborhoods on his bike and sexually abuse children. On September 15, 1956, while riding his bicycle on the grounds of the exhibition hall, 17-year-old Peter encountered 7-year-old Wayne Millette. He then lured Millette out of sight of the others and strangled him. In the early morning hours of September 16th, Millette's body was found with his face pressed into the dirt, 2 bite marks on his body, one on his calf and the other on his buttocks, his clothes in disarray, with signs of undressing, but there was no evidence of sexual assault and no DNA evidence. Toronto police then arrested and interrogated a boy named Ron Moffat, who claimed he was at a movie theater at the time of the murders and had witnesses who could testify to it, but he was charged with the crime and sentenced to detention anyway. On October 6, 1956, Peter was riding his bicycle when he saw 9-year-old Gary Morris. He then rode his bicycle and took the boy to a nearby beach, where Peter choked Morris and beat him repeatedly. The coroner later confirmed that Morris died of a ruptured liver caused by a beating, and like Millette, Morris' body was found with bite marks on his throat, disheveled clothing, and signs of undressing, but no evidence of sexual assault. On January 19, 1957, Peter was riding his bicycle when he approached 4-year-old Carol Voice and offered her a ride. Then he took her under an overpass and murdered her. When Carol was found, her clothes had been ripped off, she had been choked unconscious and sexually molested by Peter, and her death had been caused by a tree branch forced into her body. In the end, police recognized the existence of a serial killer in Toronto due to the similarity of the modus operandi of the 3 murders, but Moffat, who was mistakenly arrested by the police, was not released by them. Later, a number of witnesses claimed they saw a teenager riding a bicycle away from the scene of Carol's crime, and the police produced an accurate composite sketch based on these witness accounts, which was featured on the front page of the news. On January 21, 1957, Peter confessed to the 3 murders to the police. At the time of his arrest, he recalled, "I was worried that my mother would find out what I had done. My mother was my greatest fear, and I didn't know if the police would let her deal with me." After the conviction, Peter was called as a witness for Moffat's defense, and then the police's false murder charge was invalidated by a judge, and Moffat was released. Peter was charged only with Carol's murder. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity on April 11th after a 4-day trial, and he was sent to the Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care, Ontario's highest security facility. Here, Peter was diagnosed as a psychopath. During that time, he underwent various forms of psychiatric treatment, including LSD therapy, which was popularized in the 1960s. He also took other mind-destroying drugs, such as scopolamine, sodium amytal, mescaline, and dexedrine. Moreover, Peter underwent a personality-destructive therapy called 100-Day Hate. It destroys the existing personality structure and defense mechanisms of the mentally ill patients through extreme emotional challenges and psychological confrontations. During the therapy, patients are divided into small groups, each led by a therapist, who encourage them to challenge each other, question each other's beliefs and values, and even engage in fierce arguments and conflicts. However, these therapeutic modalities do nothing for Peter and make him more psychopathic, which provokes him to commit his fourth murder. On March 5, 2010, Peter passed away from natural causes on his 71st birthday. People with antisocial personalities have a disregard for society, lack remorse, are emotionally apathetic, highly aggressive and irritable, and are skilled at using their charisma to manipulate others. However, there are idealists and extremely good people out there who try to change these people who are a danger to society. In the 1980s, a mental health nurse married a prisoner with an antisocial personality called Peter Norris Dupas. She said, "I felt that with my help, he could come out of his ego and become a normal human being. I married him not out of love for the man, but out of a sense of duty that I wanted to help him become a useful member of the community. In my mind, our relationship was that of mother and son. Our sex life was very minimal, almost non-existent, and out of a sense of duty, I would obey him until I got to the point where I couldn't stand the thought of him touching me." After a few years, the lady chose to get a divorce. She found that she was completely unable to save his character. Peter was very lazy, selfish, prideful, and self-centered. And not only that, after the divorce, police found and questioned her. At this point, she realized that Peter had also committed 3 murders. The first murder occurred on April 19, 1999. At the time, a person traveling to a dinner party on Harper Street in Northcote was driving her car and listening to music on the radio. As she passed the residence of her friend, Nicole Amanda Patterson, she noticed that the front door of the house was left open. Concerned for Patterson's safety, she stopped the car and walked to the living room, only to find a bloodied Patterson on the floor. The police immediately sent forensic examiners and investigators to the scene. Forensic examiners found yellow tape tied around the victim's body. She was naked from the waist down. Her dress had been left in a nearby bedroom, her panties were wrapped around her ankles, and her breasts had even been removed with a sharp knife. In addition, her handbag and driver's license were taken, and the medical examiner determined that the key factor in Patterson's death was the 27 stab wounds to her chest and back. Investigators found that Patterson, a psychotherapist and youth counselor, was employed by a foundation, an organization that seeks to help young drug addicts. She was a person with a dream to help more people. Patterson placed ads in the local newspaper to expand her clientele and used her home as an office for her private practice. As a result, her house was occasionally populated by strangers. Next, investigators found Patterson's diary. It is well known that these particular jobs require the recording of clients' names and cell phone numbers, as well as the exact time of treatment. They found that Patterson had interviewed a new client at around 9 a.m. on the same day. Although they had not yet examined the time of death of the deceased, the investigators had good reason to suspect that this new client, known as Malcolm, was the most suspicious person. They then found the cell phone number of this new client, traced it to an Indian student studying at La Trobe University, Harry. But after interrogating Harry, they ruled him out as a suspect. However, they found in Harry's phone records that Harry had been in contact with a sex offender named Peter. At first, they had only learned that Peter had provided Harry with manual labor. However, as the investigators continued to look into Patterson's phone records, they discovered that Patterson had had 3 phone calls from Peter as well, so they departed for Peter's home. The initial meeting, investigators noticed that Peter had minor scratches on his face and hands. Peter explained that these wounds were caused by a mistake when he was working in his backyard shed, using a lathe to work on a piece of wood, and the wood struck him. However, when they went into Peter's backyard shed, they did not find the lathe. Then Peter changed his story, stating that he was injured by being accidentally hit by a piece of wood. Seriously skeptical of Peter's story, they asked why he had called Patterson. He explained that he had sought out Patterson for treatment of his severe depression as well as his gambling addiction, and that he had not sought out Patterson after his 3rd psychotherapy session because Patterson had told him that his problems were capable of resolving themselves and he didn't need to see Patterson anymore. On the morning of April 22nd, the police searched Peter's house and found enough evidence to prove that Peter was the murderer. They found a blood-stained shirt, yellow duct tape similar to that at the crime scene, a ski mask, and a newspaper clipping detailing Patterson's murder. They also found a newspaper containing an advertisement for her psychotherapy services. On August 22, 2000, the judge sentenced Peter to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He then said to Peter, "Your hope for eventual rehabilitation is virtually non-existent, almost negligible. There's no indication whatsoever that you have ever felt any remorse for what you've done. I doubt that you're capable of responding on that human level. Fundamentally, as human beings, you're posing us with a terrible, dangerous, and unanswerable question. How did you become what you are? Peter was born on July 6, 1953, in Sydney, New South Wales. He lived in a normal family, but his childhood was not normal. Two siblings who were much older than him, and his parents were very old. Most elderly parents tend to spoil their youngest child. It is well known that overindulgence can lead to a child growing up to be emotionally unstable. On October 3, 1968, 15-year-old Peter knocked on the door of a female neighbor's house. He said, "I want to borrow a knife to cut vegetables because my kitchen knife is broken." The kind neighbor didn't think much of it. She simply picked up a kitchen knife and handed it to him. However, once Peter had the knife, he attacked her. She tried to fight back, but this only provoked Peter's arousal. His attacking desire intensified, and he continued to attack her face, neck, and arms. Later, the neighbor was taken to the hospital and Peter was arrested by the police. When asked why he attacked, he pretended to be polite and said that he didn't know why he started attacking the woman. Due to his juvenile delinquency, Peter was only sentenced to 18 months of probation and was sent to a psychiatric hospital for a psychiatric evaluation, the results of which were unknown, but 2 weeks later, he was admitted to the psychiatric hospital as a patient. In October 1969, a strange incident was spreading through the community. A man broke into the morgue of a hospital in Austin. Afterward, the hospital guards discovered that the remains of two elderly women had been dismembered with a scalpel. Additionally, one of the women's remains had a strange stab wound in the thigh. The break-in was later attributed by the police to Peter, as the strange stab wound was a near match to Patterson's wound. On November 30th, 1973, Peter was interviewed by a senior investigator. Later, when the investigator learned of the murders Peter had committed, he said, "To me, this guy is pure evil. His attacks are well-planned and unrepentant. We can see what he wants to do. I remember thinking to myself, this guy could go all the way. He's a complete fraud. He's a very dangerous young man who will continue to commit crimes against women. If he doesn't change his ways, it could very well result in the death of his victims." On July 25, 1974, Peter was sentenced to 9 years in prison for the rape of a woman. The sentencing judge described the crime as one of the worst rapes ever. Just a few days before, he had broken into the victim's home, a knife in his hand, claiming, "I only want to have sex with you. If you try to fight back, I will hurt your children." Hearing these words, the woman gave up struggling. He then tied her up with a rope and sexually assaulted her. Upon entering the prison, Peter underwent a psychiatric evaluation. However, he consistently denied his criminal activity. The prison psychiatrist said, "I am reasonably certain that this young man has serious psychosexual problems. He is using denial techniques as a means of coping, and he would be seen as potentially dangerous, because the denial techniques make it very difficult to treat." In 1979, Peter was released from prison on parole, and 2 months later he again began molesting women, carrying out 4 separate attacks in just 10 days. On February 28, 1980, Peter was sentenced to 5 years in prison on 3 counts of assault with intent to rape, assault with intent to rob, and indecent assault. A report stated that Peter had little to offer, that he was an extremely disturbed, immature, and dangerous person, and that his parole was a mistake. Peter was released from prison again in February 1985. About a month later, he was again sentenced to 12 years imprisonment for a rape. The crime involved him tailing a 21-year-old girl on the beach, whom he attacked by pointing a knife at her and pinning her to the ground before raping her. Later, he told police, "I'm sorry for what happened. Everyone told me I'm okay now. I never thought it would happen again. I just wanted to live a normal life." In 1992, Peter was released from prison on parole again. 2 years later, wearing a hood and holding a knife in his hand, with insulating tape and handcuffs around his waist, he tailed a woman who was having a picnic with her friends. When the woman went into a public restroom, Peter pointed the knife directly at her and tried to rape her. Luckily, the woman's friends were nearby. They chased Peter away. After leaving the scene, Peter drove his car. He was so angry inside that he stepped on the gas, crashed into a tree on the side of the road. Police also arrived on the scene in time to arrest Peter. On August 18, 1994, Peter was sentenced to 3 years and 9 months in prison. 2 years later, he was released and moved to a Melbourne suburb, until he was sentenced to life imprisonment for murder and imprisoned again. After arresting Peter, the police analyzed his modus operandi and collected his DNA samples. Wanting to find out if there were any additional victims, they entered his samples into a database. They found an exact match between the sample of the murderer of a murder that took place in 1997 and Peter's sample. The murder victim was 40-year-old Margaret Josephine Marr, a sex worker working in the Melbourne area. On October 4, 1997, at 1:45 p.m., a man collecting aluminum discovered Margaret's remains. The body was found beneath a cardboard box containing computer parts, located near a black glove. Police later confirmed that the glove contained DNA matching Peter. An autopsy revealed that Margaret had been stabbed in her left wrist. She also had bruises on her neck, blunt force trauma in the area of her right eyebrow, and lacerations on her right arm. Additionally, her left breast had been removed and placed in her mouth. Police then charged Peter again with Margaret's murder. The trial lasted 3 weeks, during which the DNA evidence was presented. Additionally, police demonstrated to the jury that the wounds on Patterson's and Margaret's breasts were strikingly similar. This similarity was interpreted as the killer's signature, linking both murders. Patterson's sister, who was involved in the trial, described the criminal who killed her sister as a psychopath, a truly evil predator, a cunning, disgusting man. She added, "A rare evil that came into the world and destroyed the lives of these women and ours, and we can only pray that this man will be held accountable for what he did." In addition, a psychologist issued a report to the coroner who attempted to explain Peter's criminal sexual behavior. He claimed that Peter attacked women to fulfill his fantasies of subjugation and control. For him, the actual attacks did not live up to the fantasies that preceded the attacks and were sometimes even disappointing. He could not feel reassured either by his own performance or by the reaction of his victims. He had to look for the next victim. This time, it had to be the right person. Thus, his criminal behavior became rather repetitive. On August 16, 2004, Peter was convicted of Margaret's murder and sentenced to a second life sentence. During sentencing, the judge stated, "Given your appalling criminal record and the extreme seriousness of the crimes for which you were convicted, a sentence of life imprisonment is justified. I would have had no hesitation in sentencing you to life imprisonment even if Patterson's murder had never taken place. Both the present case and your previous convictions for rape and similar offenses clearly demonstrate that your criminal conduct was related to your attempts to uphold a perverse and sadistic hatred of women and disdain for women and their right to exist. The crime in this case must therefore be characterized as one of the most serious murders before this court. In this crime, you intentionally killed an innocent and defenseless woman. Like all of your other victims, she was defenseless. In committing this crime, you have terrorized the women of this state for nearly 3 decades. You have repeatedly violated the core norms of a civilized society. There is no room for reprieve or mitigation for your actions in this case." The third murder occurred on November 1, 1997. Mersina Halvetis, a 25-year-old woman, was attacked and killed while visiting her grandmother's grave at Faulkner Cemetery in Melbourne's northern suburbs. She was attacked from behind as she knelt down to participate in a flower arranging event, according to police. Mersina died of serious injuries, including 87 stab wounds to her knees, neck, and breasts, with most of the wounds centered around the breast area. Initially, the murder was never solved, for which the local authorities and police offered $1 million reward for information leading to an arrest, before several eyewitnesses came forward with tips. One witness claimed to have seen Peter leaving Faulkner Cemetery on the day of the murder. An anonymous woman claimed to have seen Peter jogging in Faulkner Cemetery with sunglasses on the day of the murder as she traveled to her parents' grave. During this time, a coroner began an inquest into Peter, and he heard evidence against Peter in connection with the murder. 9 witnesses identified Peter as being present at Faulkner Cemetery on the day of the murder. Peter's grandfather's grave is only 128 meters from the crime scene. Peter frequented the hotel located across the street from Faulkner Cemetery. Peter lied to police about his facial injuries during the attack in Mersina. Peter tries to change his appearance after Mersina's murder. A woman who recognized Peter from a police photo said she saw him 20 meters from the crime scene minutes before the attack. However, a forensic pathologist who compared the injuries sustained by Mersina to those sustained by Patterson and Margaret told investigators that there was insufficient evidence to suggest that Mersina's injuries were inflicted with the same knife as those of the other 2 victims, or that they were inflicted by Patterson's and Margaret's murderers. For his part, Peter's attorney in the investigation stated that the only evidence the police had to link his client to this murder was the fact that he lived in the Faulkner Cemetery neighborhood, and his reputation based on prior convictions for similar offenses. He further stated that the police relied on their belief that Peter had a propensity to use a knife to attack women to link him to this murder. On August 1, 2006, their investigation was postponed indefinitely after police claimed that Peter murdered Merzina. On September 2nd, after police obtained a court order allowing them to interview Peter about the Merzina murder, they removed Peter from jail and took him to Melbourne Police Headquarters for questioning. During this period, a man who had been sentenced to 5 years in prison for drug trafficking revealed that Peter had told him that he had murdered Merzina. He said, "We used to find things hidden in the garden, drugs, weapons. Once, I picked up a homemade knife and called Peter over to show it to him. Peter took the knife from me and began to fiddle with it. His behavior seemed to carry a sexual innuendo. Then he began to call out over and over again, 'Merzina, Merzina.' His face wore a strange expression. I have no doubt that Peter murdered Merzina." This isn't the kind of prison confession where someone goes into a cell at night, has a beer with another inmate, and then someone says something. This is much stronger than that kind of admission. Peter and I talk a lot, just the two of us. For months, he's been talking to me and spilling his guts. One time, we were doing some gardening when another inmate came over and abused him. The inmate yelled at him, "You killed Merzina! You killed Merzina!" After the inmate walked away, Peter turned to me and said, "How did that asshole know that I did it?" After agreeing to give evidence against Peter, the man was released on September 11th, the same day police announced charges against Peter for Merzina's murder. The Director of Public Prosecutions withdrew the murder charge in the Melbourne Magistrates Court. He requested that the committal proceedings be bypassed and the case against Peter be sent directly to trial. Peter appeared in court via video link on September 26th. He was charged with Merzina's murder and pleaded not guilty. Peter's lawyers told the Supreme Court of Victoria that their client had been treated unfairly by skipping the normal process of a committal trial hearing in the Magistrates Court. On December 12th, the Supreme Court of Victoria bypassed the committal hearing process and ordered that Peter be sent directly to court for Merzina's murder. The murder trial lasted 22 days, and the only police witness was the man in prison for drug trafficking, who described to the jury how Peter had attacked Merzina. On August 9th, 2007, Peter was convicted of Merzina's murder. He appeared for a pre-sentence hearing 8 days later. Peter was sentenced to a third life sentence with no minimum. When sentencing Peter, the judge said, "Life is life." On September 10th, Peter's attorney filed an appeal on the grounds that the guilty verdict for Merzina's murder was unsafe and unsatisfactory. On September 17th, the Victorian Court of Appeal upheld Peter's appeal against conviction by a 2-to-1 majority, with the court ruling that the judge's directions at the original trial were inadequate. On October 14th, Peter's attorney argued for a permanent stay of the lawsuit against him based on the public attention surrounding the case. The Victorian Supreme Court justices disagreed and set an April 7, 2010 trial date. On October 26, 2010, a new round of the Merzina murder trial began in the Supreme Court of Victoria. On November 19th, after 3.5 days of jury deliberation, Peter was again found guilty of Merzina's murder. On November 26th, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. In the late 1960s, a monster emerged in Scotland that was never caught, in one of Scotland's most important cities, Glasgow, where a music venue called Barrowland epitomized some of the most mysterious and dangerous aspects of the era. This temple of music, with its glamorous glow of neon signs and acoustic design to perfection, hosts a kind of adult event every Thursday and Saturday night, and it's called Palais Night. It was a haven for the anonymous, where the air was thick with the mixture of cigarettes and whiskey, and where married men and women, anesthetized by the combination of alcohol and jazz, unleashed their normally repressed desires as they slipped off their wedding rings and flirted with strangers. However, behind this revelry lurks danger, and there are always shadows peering at the backs of everyone who leaves alone under the dim streetlights. Over a 20-month period from February 1968 to October 1969, 3 brunettes between the ages of 25 and 32 were murdered near the Barrowland. It is well known that there was great prejudice and discrimination against women going to dance halls and bars at that time, and even the original police transcripts even described the victims as highly promiscuous, enjoying male company and flirting with men. The killer was rumored to be called Bible John by the media because the sister of one of the victims said that a suspect who called himself John quoted Bible verses several times while talking to her and her sister. Back in the early morning hours of February 23, 1968, 67-year-old Carpenter was walking down an alley as he headed to work when he saw a man lying on the ground. At first, he thought it was some drunkard who had overindulged last night to the point of falling down drunk in the alley. However, by the time he gently touched his hand to the person lying on the ground, he realized this was not the case, and his sense of touch told him that it was definitely a body that was left behind, as it was like touching a block of ice. For some reason, he thought the remains belonged to a man, so he rushed home and called the police, reporting that he had found the remains of a male. When the police received the report, they were not concerned, considering that it could have been some homeless person who froze to death due to the cold. Even the first person to arrive at the scene was only a traffic policeman who happened to be passing through the area. It wasn't until 8 a.m. that investigators slowly arrived at the scene. But as they turned over the remains that had fallen to the ground, they realized that this wasn't some frozen homeless person at all. For it was the remains of a woman, naked, with only one shoe being worn on her foot, and her body bore the obvious marks of a beating, with severe bruises and strangulation marks on her neck. The initial judgment of investigators was that she had been strangled with a belt, and understanding the gravity of the situation, they immediately cordoned off the area. No female clothing was found at the crime scene, but a sanitary napkin was found near the remains. Then, the medical examiner confirmed that the victim was strangled to death, with no obvious signs of sexual assault, and furthermore, that the probability is that she died just a few hours before the discovery of her remains. Police then conducted an extensive door-to-door investigation of the area, and one of the witnesses recalled that she appeared to have heard a woman briefly yell "let go of me" twice the night before. But she was unable to detect whether or not the woman was in distress because she did not hear any screams or commotion. Another reporter was hosting a party nearby at the time, and despite the large number of guests, no one saw or heard anything out of the ordinary. Discussion of this horrific crime quickly spread throughout the region and eventually reached Victoria Hospital. Some of the nurses wondered if this could possibly be a patient who had walked out of the hospital and died from the cold. So a matron and her assistant went to view the body, but due to severe facial trauma, they were unable to identify it until an ambulance driver saw the body and recognized her as a nurse working at Victoria Hospital. Information about the victim was obtained, and police reported the situation on the news, claiming that the victim was an auxiliary nurse at Victoria Hospital. Later that evening, an old man read the news in the evening paper, and at this time, he and his wife were worried that their daughter had not yet returned home. So he went to the police station with her photograph and eventually identified the deceased as his daughter. The deceased was 25-year-old Patricia Docker, a married mother of a 4-year-old son who was left to live with her child and her parents because her husband, who serves in the Royal Air Force, was on duty in the south of England. Patricia has a hobby. To release stress, she takes one day a week to get all dolled up and go dancing. On the night of February 22nd, she told her parents that she was going to a dance hall. For the elderly couple, they assumed their daughter had gone to a dance hall she used to frequent, so the police focused most of their efforts on the investigation there. However, 3 days after the investigation began, an eyewitness said that he had seen Patricia dancing with several men, one of whom had red hair, at the Barrowland Ballroom. And since it was Palais night, and those involved in the dance were somewhat anonymous, the police were unable to locate any credible or detailed eyewitnesses at all, and were only able to obtain a vague and unconfirmed tip. Someone claimed to have seen a white Ford loitering in the neighborhood at midnight, but when the passenger reported it to police, they ruled out the lead. Weeks after the murder, a person from the north of England released an anonymous letter claiming that she was in Glasgow city centre that night and may have known the identity of the killer, and police appealed to the woman to come forward, claiming that the information in the letter was vital, but she never did. 18 months after Patricia's murder, on Saturday, August 16th, 1969, Palais night, the mother of 3, Jemima MacDonald, 31 years old, was already a regular at the Barrowland Ballroom, and according to family custom, her sister would take care of the 3 children in her absence. So on this day, she went as usual to attend Palais night, but she did not return home even Sunday. Her sister was very concerned about MacDonald's safety because she had heard gossip from her neighbors who said that someone had heard that a child had found the remains of a body in an abandoned building. When Monday came, MacDonald's sister was so worried that she was also afraid that the remains were her sister's. So she went into the old building where she found her sister's remains. MacDonald was lying face down with her shoes and stockings discarded nearby, and the autopsy report indicated that the cause of her death was strangulation by her stockings, that she had been severely beaten, especially in the face, before her death, and that her exact time of death was roughly 30 hours before the discovery of her remains, in the early morning hours of August 17th. Investigators immediately surveyed the neighborhood and found several witnesses who claimed that MacDonald was accompanied by a young, well-dressed, articulate, short-haired man who appeared to be slim, would have been between the ages of 25 and 35, and was roughly 6 feet tall, before she and the man left Barrowland in the general direction of her home walking. Later, police learned that after they left the ballroom at about 12:40 a.m., MacDonald and the man were standing in the doorway of the abandoned building where her remains were later found. And that witness noted that when she warned MacDonald to be safe, she just waved her hand unconcernedly. And that door-to-door questioning by the police also uncovered a woman who had additional information that she remembered. On the night MacDonald was murdered, she heard female screams, but she could not remember the exact time, so police did not find this information useful to their investigation. Initially, despite widespread public outcry, the police investigation into Patricia's murder quickly became an open case because they lacked witnesses and corroborating evidence. And investigators didn't even figure out that Patricia had gone to the Barrowland ballroom the night of the murder until 3 days after the remains were found. Just days after the discovery of MacDonald's remains, the police linked Patricia's and MacDonald's cases. They found several similarities between the two cases. Both women went to the Barrowland ballroom on the night of the murders. They were both violently beaten before they suffocated to death, and the handbags were taken by the murderer. While these similarities existed, they did not conclusively link the two murders to the same murderer, but neither did they completely reject the theory. In addition, as a result of the two murders, the police sent undercover officers to secretly monitor Barrowland on a daily basis. However, 2 months passed, and not only did investigators fail to find a suspect, but Barrowland's principals blamed the police for causing their business to suffer. So, in late October 1969, the police terminated the covert surveillance. Just days after the police terminated their covert surveillance, on October 31st, 1969, a man walking his dog found the remains of 29-year-old Helen Puttock, stripped naked, beaten about the face, dead from strangulation, with her belongings, which had been in her handbag, strewn about the vicinity of a drain pipe at the back of a block of apartments in Glasgow, and deep bite marks on her wrists, as well as stains on the soles of her feet and shoes, confirmed that she had fought fiercely against her murderer, and there were cuffs from a man near her remains. Upon investigation, on the very night of the murder, Helen and her sister Langford went together to the Barrowland dance hall, where they met two men who both identified themselves as John, Helen's dancing partner being a stonemason living in Castlemilk. But the focus of the case was Langford's dance partner John, who was an articulate man and who did not disclose where he lived. And after the four left the ballroom, Helen's dance partner said goodbye early. He boarded a bus and left, and then Helen and Langford and John hailed a cab. Langford describes John as a tall, slim, well-dressed young man with strangely shaped teeth, 2 incisors overlapping. He has a Glaswegian accent. He wears well-tailored suits. His hair is reddish in color and neatly combed round at the back. His watch has a wide military-style leather strap, and he wears out-of-place leather boots. And he's between 25 and 30 years old. He was about 6 feet tall. He had blue-gray eyes. Most of the men who frequented Barrowland were rather rude, but John was polite and well-spoken, so Langford was impressed with him, and she remembers John saying his last name, which was probably Templeton, Sempleson, Emerson. However, the reason she thought John was a suspect was because of an incident they had encountered. Langford remembers that when she tried to use the cigarette machine, it jammed and was unable to dispense her purchases, an incident which led to a sudden change in John's otherwise polite demeanor. He demanded to see the manager and got into a heated argument with the staff member, and also shouted out a question as to who the local counselor was, before he turned around, arrogantly saying that my father had told me that the Barrowland ballroom was a den of sin, and that they used to set the place on fire to get the insurance money and then paid for it with the money they got. Langford then sees John show Helen an ID card, which seems to impress her. However, when Langford asks to see the ID card as well, John turns her down and says, "Do you know what happens to nosy people?" When Helen gets in a cab with Langford and John, he adds that he doesn't approve of married women going to Barrowland, and when the two women tell him that they're married, he responds by quoting the Bible and saying, "Do you know what happens to an adulterous wife? She is stoned to death." John also revealed part of his family situation, saying that he was an only child, but then later retorted that he had an older sister, adding that alcohol was not allowed in his home. And when his sister came home, she was denied entry to the house because she was drunk. And then Langford argued that John appeared to regret mentioning his family because he again tried to change the subject to foster homes and foster children on. As the cab travels down the road, Langford realizes that John's advances are aimed at Helen because John considers her an inconvenience in the car. And he even asks the driver to take Langford home first and then Helen, even though Helen's home is located much further away. And when Langford is dropped off at her home, it is the last time she will ever time she saw Helen alive. Later, police located the cab driver from that night, who provided them with details of the last part of the trip, saying that upon arriving at his destination, the articulate man was unable to pay the fare, even though he said he would pay in advance, and that it was Helen who ended up pulling money out of a red wallet and giving it to him. As the driver of the car was unfamiliar with the road, he went the wrong way while reversing. When he rejoins the road, he sees John clinging to Helen, and then the two get into an argument. But the driver assumes that the two are just lovers arguing, so he takes off, not noticing in the slightest that anything is amiss. With the news carrying the suspect description provided by Langford, a driver, conductor and passenger of a night service bus reported the situation to police as they realized that they had most likely come into close contact with the suspect. That time was about 2 a.m. on October 31st, and a man boarded the bus who appeared to be in a particularly disheveled state, with mud stains on his jacket, bright red marks or scratches on his cheeks, and who repeatedly tucked one shirt sleeve into the sleeve of his jacket, and who paid his fare by pulling the money out of a red wallet, which Helen's red wallet had disappeared from the scene of the crime, and in the end, the man got out of the car at the intersection of two streets. At this point, the suspect was characterized by his two overlapping incisors, reddish hair, roughly 6 feet tall, a local accent, and what appeared to be a military background, as his watch had a wide military-style belt. So within hours of finding Helen's remains, police created composite footage of the suspect using a detailed description provided by Langford, who noted that it was an excellent likeness. Because John's hair was considered short and not quite normal for that era, the investigators' idea of solving the case was to start by questioning all the hairdressers in the area and all the dentists in the area. But despite the fact that they questioned more than 400 of them, the answer the police got was that they had no leads. The police sent more than 100 investigators to conduct door-to-door interviews. However, even after collecting 50,000 statements, interviewing more than 5,000 potential suspects, and having Langford participate in more than 300 identity parades, with all suspects ruled out, there was still no progress in the case. Then the police had to continue to wait and see. They sent 16 investigators disguised as ordinary people into Barrowland, but it was as if John had been given a special message. And from then on, no one else became a new victim. He disappeared completely. That the police investigation into the 3 murders grew progressively colder as time passed, with many of the officers assigned to the case believing that John was either dead, incarcerated for unrelated offenses, confined to a mental institution, or that a senior police officer knew his true identity but could not prove that he had committed the murders. Others have speculated that John may have simply moved away from Glasgow, a possibility that prompted police to circulate multiple copies of the composite sketch at all British Army, Navy and Air Force bases in the UK, Europe, the Middle East, and the Far East, but did not turn up any significant leads. In 2005, investigator Les Brown claimed to have identified a potential suspect who bore a striking resemblance to the composite sketch of John. During questioning, the man provided a false name and address before revealing his real name, John Edgar. Years later, Brown had an extensive conversation with an investigator who had arrested Edgar in connection with a separate incident involving a head injury after an argument, and Edgar fled the hospital shortly after receiving medical attention. Upon seeing Brown's autobiography, Edgar immediately offered a DNA sample to clear his name, which ruled him out as a suspect. Several years after the triple murder, several women claimed that they had been sexually assaulted after spending an evening at the Barrowland Ballroom, and one of them, Hannah Martin, claimed that in April 1969 she had left the ballroom in the company of a tall man, with whom she had then had sex and accepted his offer of a ride home. However, while driving, the man's sexual demeanor became more aggressive. Martin was drunk, and out of fear of a possible attack, she vomited in the car. The man then simply threw her out of the car and drove off alone, leaving her standing on the side of the road, and eventually, Martin gave birth to a girl, who one writer claimed was Bible John's daughter. In 1996, police dug up and took DNA samples from the remains of John Irvine McGinnis, who committed suicide in 1980 while serving in the Glen Guard at the cemetery. He was one of Bible John's original suspects, John Templeton's cousin, related to a senior police officer. Templeton's looks and height were very similar to Bible John's, and his last name was related to a tip Langford had given earlier. However, Langford, the only person who had any contact with John, did not pick Templeton out of countless identity parades, and even as late as 1996, Langford still insisted that Templeton was not the murderer. And furthermore, the lead attorney at the time said there was not enough evidence to link Templeton to the murderer. Peter Britton Togan was a serial killer who some speculate was Bible John, as he lived in Glasgow in the late 1960s, and in August 1969, after marrying his first wife, he moved to England. Because Peter's murder methods and modus operandi were so sophisticated, many believe he killed others before he murdered his first known victims. However, his suspicions were ruled out by the police, because although it was often reported in the press that Peter had moved from Glasgow after the 1969 murders, he had in fact left Glasgow with his wife at the time of MacDonald's murder, and Peter's height did not at all match that of the murderer, who was only 5 feet 6 inches tall, and Langford also insisted that he was not the murderer. To this day, the case remains a mystery, and although it is believed to be a serial murder, the fact is that there is no strong evidence that the 3 murders were committed by the same person, and that there was a gap of 18 months between the first and second murders, and that, in addition, no other victims were found, which is highly unusual and inconsistent with the behavior of a serial killer. Many believe it's highly likely that Bible John was being shielded by government officials or high-ranking police officers, and it's a possibility that perhaps the second murder and the third were copycat killings by the mystery man. In the 1960s, a horrific crime in Manchester, UK, shocked the region. A woman who had been abused as a child and a man who enjoyed hurting animals, both extreme sadists, became the Moors murderers. They kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered 5 teenagers. Saddleworth Moor, once peaceful and picturesque, became a place of terror at the hands of this couple. To this day, despite extensive searches, the location of one victim's body remains unknown. On July 12, 1963, Hindley was driving a van in Manchester, with Brady following on a motorbike. At around 7:30 p.m., 16-year-old Pauline Red, on her way to a club to dance with friends, was approached by the van. Hindley offered her a lift and asked her to help her find an expensive glove on Saddleworth Moor. Seeing the woman driver, Pauline agreed. On arrival, a motorbike also arrived. Although initially frightened, Pauline was told the biker was there to help. Half an hour later, Brady returned alone with Pauline near death, her clothes torn and her throat almost cut. When Hindley asked if he had sexually assaulted Pauline, Brady replied, "I certainly did." Then they buried the body together. On January 2, 1938, Ian Brady was born in the Gorbals area of Glasgow. His mother, an unwed tea-room waitress, never revealed his father's identity, though it was rumored to be a newspaper reporter who died before Brady's birth. A few months later, Brady was given to a local couple for upbringing, yet his birth mother visited him throughout his childhood. At 9 years old, Brady moved with his adoptive parents to Loch Lomond, Scotland, one of the UK's largest freshwater lakes. There, he developed a love for the outdoors. However, Brady exhibited cruelty to animals from a young age. Despite his denials, reports claimed he bragged about killing his first cat at 10 years old, burning another cat and a dog alive, and decapitating a rabbit. When he was a teenager, Brady was tried twice for breaking and entering, leading to his expulsion from school. He then worked as a tea boy in a shipyard. Brady once had a girlfriend, but when she attended a dance with another boy, he threatened her with a switchblade, resulting in new charges. Before turning 17, Brady was given probation, with the condition of living with his mother, who had moved to Manchester and married an Irish fruit merchant. Less than a year after moving to Manchester, Brady was arrested for stealing lead seals and attempting to smuggle them out of a market. Sentenced to 3 months in a reformatory for juvenile offenders, then he was released and returned to Manchester, taking up manual labor, which he despised. To better himself, Brady borrowed an instruction manual from the local library and studied in his room for months, surprising his parents as he had never been interested in learning. In 1959, at 21 years old, Brady applied for a stock clerk position at Millward's Merchandising, a chemical wholesale distribution company in Gorton. Colleagues described him as a quiet and punctual young man, albeit with a bad temper. But unbeknownst to them, Brady was a fervent Nazi sympathizer, deeply interested in and actively spreading Nazi ideology in the UK. He often read related books, including Mein Kampf, and taught himself German. Myra Hindley, born on July 23, 1942, in Crumpsall, Manchester, had a violent childhood. Her father, a former soldier, was an alcoholic who abused her and her mother. At 8 years old, after being bullied by a boy, she was forced by her father to seek revenge, embedding violence in her psyche. In June 1957, at 13 years old, Hindley was invited by her friend Michael Higgins, also 13 years old, to swim at a derelict reservoir. Though she agreed, but she went elsewhere with another friend. While Michael drowned there, this incident haunted her with guilt. Hindley's first job was as a junior clerk at an electrical engineering firm, where she was popular for fetching things and making tea for colleagues. Even when she lost her first week's wages, they pitched in to help her. At 17, she became engaged to a young man but called it off months later, deeming him immature and unable to provide the life she desired. In January 1961, at 18, Hindley joined Millward's Merchandising as a typist. She was instantly attracted to Ian Brady, noting details about him in her diary. They had their first conversation on July 27, 1961, and went to the cinema together on December 22nd. Brady read her books about Germany, and they often discussed German atrocities during lunch. Despite expressing concerns about Brady's character in letters, she was deeply infatuated, writing that he had convinced her there was no God and she believed whatever he said. Under his influence, she adopted an Aryan look, bleaching her hair blonde and wearing dark red lipstick, and dressed in boots, short skirts, and leather jackets. The couple frequented libraries, reading about philosophy, crime, and torture. In 1963, Brady and Hindley planned a bank robbery. Hindley got her driver's license and met the chairman of a rifle club, who showed her local shooting ranges and arranged for her to buy a rifle from a Manchester gun dealer. However, her poor shooting skills and temper made the robbery plan fail. Brady then became interested in photography, buying camera and darkroom equipment, and the couple took many explicit photos of each other. In July 1963, Brady read a novel about two wealthy young men who murder a 12-year-old to avoid the death penalty, which inspired him to commit the perfect murder. On July 12th, they killed Pauline, their first victim. On the evening of November 23, 1963, Brady and Hindley offered 12-year-old John Kilbride a ride in Ashton-under-Lyne, promising him sherry. Once in the car, they claimed to retrieve the sherry and later suggested a detour to Saddleworth Moor to find Hindley's lost glove. Upon arrival, Brady took John out, while Hindley waited in the car. Brady then sexually assaulted John, slit his throat with a 6-inch serrated knife, strangled him with a shoelace or rope, and buried his body in a shallow grave. On the evening of June 16, 1964, Hindley drove her mini pickup and asked 12-year-old Keith Bennett to help load boxes into the car, promising a ride home, and Brady was in the back seat. They went to a Saddleworth Moor parking spot, and Brady and Bennett got out to look for lost gloves. About 30 minutes later, Brady returned alone with a shovel he'd hidden earlier. He admitted to Hindley that he had sexually assaulted and strangled Bennett with a rope. On December 26, 1964, Brady and Hindley noticed 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey alone in Ann Coates' playground. They approached her, dropped some items, and asked her to help load a parcel into the car, then taking her to Hindley's house. There, Downey was stripped, gagged, and forced to pose for photos before being sexually assaulted and strangled. And the attack was recorded on a tape with Brady and Hindley's voices heard over the victim's screams and pleas. The next morning, they drove Downey to Saddleworth Moor and buried her naked body in a shallow grave. On the evening of October 6, 1965, Hindley dropped Brady at Manchester Central Station while she waited in the car. Then Brady selected a victim, 17-year-old Edward Evans, an engineering apprentice, and Brady introduced Hindley to Evans as his sister, and they went to Hindley's house together, drinking a bottle of wine along the way. Once home, Brady sent Hindley to get her brother-in-law Smith. Despite her family's disapproval of her sister's marriage to Smith, Brady had been befriending Smith, which worried Hindley as she feared Smith might jeopardize their safety, but she still brought Smith back and had him wait outside for a signal. When the signal came, Smith entered and talked with Brady, asked Smith if he had brought a mini bottle, and asked him to wait in the kitchen. Smith then heard a high-pitched scream followed by continuous screams. Hindley shouted, "Dave, help him!" Smith ran into the living room and saw a young man lying on the sofa with Brady standing beside him, axe in hand, ready to strike. Then Smith heard the axe hit the left side of the man's head and saw Brady binding Evans with electric wire. Since Evans's body was too heavy for Brady to lift into the car alone, Brady wrapped it in plastic and placed it in the spare bedroom for later disposal. After Evans's murder, Smith agreed to return at dawn the next day with his daughter's pram to help move the body. He went home at around 3 a.m., but vomited due to what he had seen and told his wife everything. At 6:10 a.m., he called the police from a phone box in the estate with a screwdriver and bread knife for protection against himself. Then he was taken to Hyde Police Station by police car and recounted the previous night's events. Then the police went to Hindley's house. A policeman in a bread delivery uniform, hiding his face with his coat, asked Hindley at the back door if she had a husband or any men inside. She denied it, but after the policeman revealed his identity, she let him into the living room. Brady was writing a letter to his employer about his ankle injury. The policeman claimed to be investigating a violent incident from the night before involving firearms. Hindley denied knowledge of any violence and allowed the police to search the house. When asked for the key to the locked spare bedroom, she claimed it was left at her workplace, but under the policeman's insistence, Brady made her hand over the key. The police found Evans's body, and Brady was arrested for murder. He said, "I had a fight with Evans and things got out of hand." Although Hindley wasn't arrested, she asked to go to the police station with Brady, taking her dog. She refused to comment on Evans's death, claiming it was an accident, and was allowed to go home on condition she returned the next day. Over the following 4 days, Hindley visited her employer to ask for dismissal to claim unemployment benefits. Once she found an envelope belonging to Brady and burned it in the ashtray, claiming she didn't open it but suspected it contained plans for a bank robbery. Meanwhile, the police uncovered more evidence and were convinced of Hindley's active involvement in the murders of Evans and potentially other victims. On October 11th, she was arrested and detained, charged as an accomplice to Evans' murder. During a search of the house, police found an old exercise book named John Kilbride, leading them to suspect Brady and Hindley's involvement in other unsolved disappearances of children and teenagers. Brady told the police that he had a fight with Evans, insisted the murder was committed by him and Smith together, with Hindley only giving false testimony. Smith mentioned Brady's interest in the train station, but was unaware of the contents or location of the suitcases. On October 15th, the police found Brady's suitcases at Manchester Central Station. One contained 9 pornographic photos of a young girl, later identified as Downey, and a 16-minute tape recording of a girl named Leslie Ann Weston screaming, crying, and begging to go home. The police asked Downey's mother to view 2 photos for identification, which she confirmed as her daughter's, and also identified the voice on the tape as her daughter's. A neighbor revealed that Brady and Hindley had taken him to Saddleworth Moor multiple times, suggesting the remains might be buried nearby. The police immediately began a search and found an arm bone protruding from the peat on October 16th, initially thought to be John's but later confirmed as Downey's, with her body still recognizable and her mother identifying the clothes buried in the grave. In addition to crime scene photos, the suitcases contained pictures of Saddleworth Moor's scenery. Smith had told the police that Brady bragged about having photographic evidence of multiple murders. On October 21st, the police found John's severely decomposed body, identified by his mother through clothing. The same day, the imprisoned Brady and Hindley appeared at Hyde Magistrates Court charged with Downey's murder. The investigators also suspected Brady and Hindley of murdering other children and teenagers who had disappeared from Manchester and its surrounding areas in recent years. After John's body was found, the search continued for a while but was called off in November with the onset of winter. Various newspapers were keen to point out possible other victims of the Moors murderers, including Pauline and Bennett. During the trial, Brady admitted photographing Downey but claimed she was taken by two men. On December 2nd, he was charged with the murders of John, Downey, and Evans, while Hindley was charged with the murders of Downey and Evans and being an accomplice in John's murder. At the committal proceedings on December 6th, the prosecution's opening statement was made in a divided court rather than a public one, and the defense's similar request was denied. In December, 3 judges continued the proceedings for 11 days before sending the 2 defendants to Chester Assizes for trial. Many photos taken by Brady and Hindley at Saddleworth Moor featured her dog puppet, sometimes with a puppy. To help determine the photos' dates, detectives had a vet examine the dog to estimate its age, which required general anesthesia and led to the dog's death. Hindley was furious, accusing the police of murder, one of the rare times she showed emotion in front of them. On April 19, 1966, a 14-day trial began at Chester Crown Court. For the safety of Brady and Hindley, the court installed bulletproof glass and took other security measures. Journalists worldwide booked most hotel rooms in the city to cover the case, and spectators gathered outside the court daily, even after long travels. Initially, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Eventually, Brady admitted axing Evans but blamed others for the murder, while Hindley denied involvement and accused Brady. However, when the 16-minute tape recording was played in court, featuring the voices of Brady and Hindley, it contradicted Hindley's various defenses regarding Downey's death. On May 6th, after over 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Brady guilty of 3 murders and Hindley guilty of 2 murders and 1 count of harboring a criminal. The judge sentenced both to life imprisonment, emphasizing they should spend a very long time in prison. Throughout the trial, both persisted in lying. Hindley was described as a quiet, restrained, and cold-blooded person, while the judge deemed Brady incredibly evil and unlikely to reform. Brady was later moved to Ashworth Hospital for psychiatric care, but refused to cooperate with psychiatrists. He died there in 2017. Hindley's appeal after the trial failed. She maintained contact with Brady until 1971 and even developed a relationship with a prison officer, planning an escape that never succeeded. In 1985, her minimum sentence was extended to 30 years. She was transferred to a medium security prison in 1994 but was repeatedly denied release upon appeal. Hindley passed away in 2002 due to bronchopneumonia. Bennett's body has never been located. In 2003, police launched a search operation for Bennett's body at Saddleworth Moor, utilizing advanced resources like reconnaissance satellites capable of detecting soil disturbance. Despite these efforts, the search for Bennett proved fruitless. On September 30, 2022, police resumed the search in the bog after an amateur investigator reported finding a skull. However, on October 7th, they announced the end of the search, having found no traces of human remains. I was born with a devil inside me. I cannot resist killing any more than a poet can resist the urge to sing. When it comes to serial killers, Jack the Ripper often comes to mind. He murdered 5 sex workers and taunted investigators. However, around the same time, a more monstrous killer emerged in the United States. His identity was no mystery, his crimes were more heinous, and his secrets were hard to crack. In 1886, 25-year-old Herman Webster Mudgett left his hometown of New Hampshire for Chicago, adopting the alias Henry Howard Holmes to escape his past. Within a few years, he built a 3-story hotel, designed like a maze with various traps. He lured guests in and murdered them. After the hotel burned down, rumors spread that over 200 remains, complete and incomplete, were found in the ruins. Holmes was born in 1861 into a wealthy farming family in New Hampshire, descended from the area's first British settlers. Despite the family's wealth, he lacked a good upbringing. His parents were devout Methodists, with his mother using religion as a daily guide for raising him, ensuring all his behavior aligned with religious doctrines. His father, an alcoholic with serious violent tendencies, used beatings, confinement, and food deprivation to discipline the children. This harsh upbringing made Holmes detest religion from a young age and left him without a sense of remorse or compassion. Holmes's school years also greatly impacted his life. He was often bullied at school for his good grades and somewhat eccentric behavior. On his way to school, he had to pass by the village doctor's office. One day, when his classmates noticed his fear of the skeleton inside, they dragged him in and forced him to touch the skeleton's head. Ironically, this incident didn't psychologically harm Holmes, but rather removed his inner fears. He developed a strong interest in human anatomy and an almost morbid fascination with skeletons, After being scolded or beaten by his parents, he would escape to the nearby woods, where he dissected animals and indulged in the process. Holmes later said that in a gentle age, this was very evil for a healthy child, but it turned out to be a heroic treatment method. It instilled in him, first, a strong curiosity and a desire to learn. A few years later, I chose to become a doctor. In 1878, 17-year-old Holmes married a girl from a similarly wealthy family, and they had their only child. Unfortunately, the marriage was merely a means for Holmes to gain financially, years later using his wife's dowry to pay for his tuition. He entered the University of Michigan's medical school, laying the foundation for Holmes's criminal career. During his university years, Holmes was far from well-behaved. His wealthy family had taught him the importance of money, and his desire for it showed an unusual maturity. To make money, he stole remains from the morgue to sell. Soon, this no longer satisfied his ambitions, and he found a more lucrative method, using corpses to defraud insurance companies. In the 19th century, as United States industry and technology boomed and the insurance business flourished, the number of accidental deaths increased yearly. Deaths from train accidents, car accidents, and fires were so common that few questioned the circumstances surrounding a corpse. Holmes exploited this by disfiguring corpses, forging identities in accident scenes, and filing fraudulent insurance claims to profit from the remains, which became his money-making tools. If he lacked corpses from accidental deaths, he created his own. His pathological fascination with corpses since childhood, combined with his medical expertise and insurance industry connections, allowed him to devise the perfect murder method. He didn't worry about disposing of remains or leaving traces, making his murder methods more sophisticated than those of other serial killers. After graduating from school, Holmes abandoned his wife and child and entered the fraud industry. He developed a new scheme. He took loans to acquire property, used it as collateral for debts to build houses and buy furniture, then sold the property and disappeared, leaving others to face the debt. In the summer of 1886, 25-year-old Holmes moved to Chicago, changing his name to avoid past victims. He found work at a pharmacy. Soon after, the pharmacist's husband died of cancer, and the owner, Elizabeth, feeling depressed, entrusted the pharmacy to Holmes. Within weeks, Holmes persuaded Elizabeth to sell him the pharmacy. He used underhanded methods, mortgaging the pharmacy's fixtures and stock to secure funds as a down payment, promising to pay the remainder monthly, and letting her stay in the apartment above. However, he defaulted, leading Elizabeth to sue him. Then Elizabeth mysteriously disappeared. When someone asked about her, Holmes claimed she had gone to visit relatives in another state. With Elizabeth out of the way, Holmes took full control of the pharmacy and made money by selling counterfeit medicine. Although illegal, this was one of his most legitimate and humane businesses. During this period, Holmes used his earnings to purchase a vacant lot across from the pharmacy and built his own hotel, known locally as a castle. This was no ordinary hotel. Externally, it was an unattractive gray building 3 stories high, with the first floor housing a new pharmacy and various shops, and the second and third floors consisting of guest rooms and private offices. The hotel's interior was a maze, with over 100 windowless rooms, windows only in corridors or stairwells, some staircases leading to dead ends, some doors opening to brick walls, and some walls sliding like panel doors. More chilling were rumors of secret passages throughout the hotel leading to a basement equipped with gas chambers, crematoriums, and lime pits. To avoid suspicion over these bizarre designs, Holmes frequently changed designers and construction workers, sometimes even participating in the construction himself. Holmes was like a spider, weaving a web of rooms to ensnare his victims. Holmes's mistress, 31-year-old Julia Smythe, was the wife of Dr. Lawrence Connor, who moved into Holmes's hotel and worked in his pharmacy. Upon discovering Julia's affair with Holmes, Lawrence resigned and moved away, leaving Julia and their 5-year-old daughter. Julia stayed at the hotel, continuing her relationship with Holmes. On Christmas Eve 1891, both Julia and her daughter disappeared. Holmes initially claimed Julia had left unexpectedly to visit her dying sister, but later changed his story, saying she had fled her ex-husband. Eventually, he claimed Julia died during an abortion, despite having no experience in such procedures and the high mortality rate associated with them. It was speculated that he then poisoned Julia's daughter to conceal the true cause of her mother's death. In May 1892, 23-year-old Emmeline Cigrand began working for Holmes's hotel and served as his secretary for 6 months. Reports indicated Holmes hired her due to her connection to a doctor promoting a vaccine purported to cure alcoholism. Those who saw Emmeline weeks before her disappearance noted she seemed to have lost interest in Holmes and their relationship. December 1892 was the last time Emmeline was seen. Her parents were told by Holmes that Emmeline had left to marry a man named Robert Phelps. The police suspected she might be another victim of Holmes's alleged botched abortion cover-ups. In 1893, Chicago won the right to host the World's Columbian Exposition, celebrating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's discovery of the Americas. The 6-month event attracted 27.5 million visitors, with over 700,000 on peak days. Besides the splendor, diseases like diphtheria and cholera spread, and with thousands of trains entering and exiting, the city's murder rates soared. In the first half of 1892 alone, nearly 800 violent murders occurred, making disappearances all too common. It was during this time that Holmes's hotel officially opened, marking the beginning of his reign of terror. At the opening, he hired numerous women as hotel staff and purchased life insurance for them, naming himself as the beneficiary. His first victims were these insured female employees. Next were female visitors from out of town for the exposition. According to police records of missing persons and accounts from nearby shop employees, no women were ever seen leaving Holmes's hotel. The third category of victims were women whom Holmes lured to the hotel under the pretense of marriage, forcing them to sign over their property to him before killing them. For example, in early 1893, a 24-year-old actress named Minnie moved to Chicago. Holmes claimed he had met her at an employment office, but in reality, he had encountered her years earlier in Boston. He offered her a job as a private stenographer at the hotel. Later, under the guise of marriage, he had her transfer her property to him. Months later, Minnie's sister, Anna, came to visit. On July 5th, Anna wrote to her aunt, saying she planned to accompany Brother Harry to Europe. In the letter, she stated, "Brother Harry says you need never worry about me again, either financially or in any other way. He and my sister will take care of me. I hope our hard days are over." After that, both Minnie and Anna vanished. Holmes's method of killing was efficient. He would place his victims in soundproof rooms equipped with gas jets and peepholes. After turning on the gas and waiting for them to suffocate, he would coat the corpses with lubricant to slide them into the basement. There, he would process the remains and sell them to illegal institutions. When the police searched the hotel after arresting Holmes, they found bloodstains and scratch marks on almost every wall and discovered tools like a dissection table, a rack, and a bone scraper in the basement. After the exposition, with foot traffic significantly reduced, Holmes planned to leave Chicago and close down the hotel business. He surfaced in Fort Worth, Texas, where he encountered two sisters who were railroad heiresses. He promised marriage to one of them, and eventually both were murdered, making him the legal heir to their property. Holmes's arrest stemmed from the murder of his former partner, Benjamin Freeland Pitzel, who, a carpenter with a criminal record, had been involved in the hotel's design and construction and had built several criminal tools for Holmes's hotel. In July 1894, Holmes was arrested and initially imprisoned for selling mortgage goods in St. Louis, Missouri, but he was soon released on bail. However, while in prison, he conversed with a convicted desperado. Holmes fabricated a plan to buy insurance for himself and then fake his death to defraud a company out of $10,000. He promised the death row inmate a $500 commission for the name of trustworthy lawyers. Guided to a young attorney who thought Holmes's plan clever and agreed to participate, the plan to fake Holmes's death failed when the insurance company became suspicious and refused payment. Holmes approached Benjamin with a similar scheme. Benjamin agreed to fake his own death so his wife could collect a $10,000 life insurance policy. The plan was to be carried out in Philadelphia, where Benjamin would pose as an inventor and die in a laboratory explosion, after which Holmes would find a suitable corpse to play Benjamin. However, on September 4th, 1894, Holmes actually killed Benjamin by stupefying him with a preservative and setting his body on fire. In his later confession, Holmes claimed Benjamin was still alive after taking the preservative and then accidentally burned to death, but forensic evidence indicated Benjamin was dead before the preservative was administered. After killing Benjamin, Holmes approached Benjamin's wife, Carrie, and asked her to hand over their 3 children, 13-year-old Alice, 9-year-old Nellie, and 7-year-old Howard. He then persuaded the children to go to the insurance company to collect a large sum of money. After obtaining the insurance money, he pretended to take the 3 children on a trip, while also claiming to Carrie that Benjamin was hiding in London and lying to her that their 3 children had disappeared during the journey. Later, he admitted to murdering Alice and Nellie on October 25, 1894. He forced the girls into a large box, locked them inside, drilled a hole in the lid, ran a hose from the hole to a gas pipe, and caused the girls to suffocate. A detective was assigned to investigate Holmes and locate 3 missing children. In Holmes's Toronto cellar, he found the remains of Alice and Nellie. The detective later wrote, "The deeper we dug, the worse the smell. At 3 feet deep, we found what seemed to be human forearm bones." There, he also discovered unsent letters from the children, preserved by Holmes. This led the police to further investigate Holmes's Chicago property and trail to Indianapolis, where Holmes had rented a house. Eventually, Howard's teeth and bones were found in the chimney of Holmes's rented house. On November 17, 1894, Holmes was arrested in Boston, ending his killing spree. His trial began in Philadelphia on October 28, 1895. Holmes fired his lawyers and chose to defend himself, overestimating his ability and paying the price for his arrogance. To get a reduced sentence, he falsely claimed Benjamin's body came from a New York doctor for insurance fraud. Unexpectedly, Carrie appeared in court, exposing his crimes. His psychological defense collapsed, and he confessed to 27 murders. However, due to the basement's harsh conditions, police struggled to piece together remains and identify victims. Ultimately, he was convicted of 9 murders and sentenced to death by hanging on May 7, 1896. On May 7, 1896, Holmes was hanged. Until his death, he remained calm and amiable, showing little fear, anxiety, or depression before dying. He requested to be encased in concrete and buried 10 feet deep to prevent his body from being stolen for dissection. After the hanging, he struggled and convulsed for over 20 minutes before dying. Later, many involved in the case met strange fates. The man who first reported Holmes's illegal transactions to the police was shot by a police officer. 2 coroners died of blood poisoning. The prison warden who held Holmes committed suicide, and the district attorney's office mysteriously burned down, sparing only Holmes's photos. The former caretaker who knew the most about the murder castle also committed suicide in 1914. Notably, Holmes's trial process took less than a year, which was rare given the complexity of his crimes, including numerous disappearances, frauds, and illegal body trafficking. Evidence collection and case file organization should have taken much longer. Adding to the mystery, Holmes's hotel burned down shortly after the police search. This led to speculation that a crime syndicate linked to Holmes may have killed those connected to him. Though this theory is strange, it does raise questions. On August 20th, 1976, in Marathon, Florida, 26-year-old Jeanette Wade had just finished her work shift. She was on her way home and had already planned what to cook for her husband that evening, but when she opened the front door, she instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Because the room was in disarray, as if someone had broken in. She edged her way toward the kitchen, only to find a man standing waiting with a knife. So she tried to scream to alert the neighbors, but the assailant was quicker, clamping a hand over her mouth as he methodically plunged the blade into her torso. When her struggles weakened, he slit her throat and fled the apartment. 30 minutes later, Jeanette's husband returned from work to find his wife lying in a pool of blood on the kitchen floor. In anguish, he immediately called the police. The investigation progressed sluggishly, even with an eyewitness reporting a man seen lingering nearby prior to the attack, described as wearing a navy blue shirt, denim shorts, and carrying fishing pliers with a rounded-tip fillet knife on his belt, but the lead ultimately yielded no concrete results. 3 days later in St. Petersburg, Betty Brunton, a 52-year-old employee of a Memorial Park Cemetery, was walking home for lunch at noon. Nobody knew a man was following her. When she arrived home and opened the door with her key, the man rushed behind her, pushed her into the house, and stabbed her in the stomach with a knife. Later, Betty's colleagues felt something was wrong because she didn't return to work on time, so they hurried to her house and found Betty lying quietly on the floor of the living room. At first, they thought she might have fainted from low blood sugar or some illness. However, when the ambulance arrived and the paramedics examined her body, they realized that Betty hadn't fainted from illness, but had been murdered, with a knife still in her stomach. On December 7, 1977, in Kansas City, Missouri, 24-year-old Beverly Wertman, a reporter and photographer, went out to buy cigarettes and returned to her apartment. But a man was watching her and following her. After she entered her apartment, the man, with a knife in hand, also came in. Soon after, the crime scene was discovered. Beverly was found lying in a pool of blood, suffering from 19 stab wounds and a slit throat. The police arrived and found a man standing in front of the apartment, holding a Bible. They arrested and questioned him, asking why he was loitering near the crime scene and if he was connected to Beverly's death. The man, who refused to give his name, strongly denied any involvement. After an investigation, the police found no link between him and the murder, and he was released. On May 20th, 1978, in St. Petersburg, 60-year-old Helen Alderson Hall was found dead in her home. Investigators concluded that the elderly woman was bludgeoned to death with an unknown object from her bedroom, but there were no signs of forced entry, and Helen's car was missing, likely stolen by the killer. On the afternoon of November 2nd, in Manhattan, Kansas, 26-year-old Tracy Gladys Miller, an employee of a firm, didn't show up for work. Since she neither joined her colleagues for lunch nor took leave, a concerned colleague went to her home. There, she noticed blood flowing down the stairs and alerted the neighbor. The two women approached the stairs together and found Tracy lying there. After calling emergency services and taking her to the hospital, doctors pronounced Tracy dead due to severe injuries, including a slit throat. The police launched an investigation, but like previous cases, there were no signs of forced entry, making it seem as if the killer had just appeared. On July 25, 1980, a couple saw a bleeding young woman in a bikini top running towards their apartment. The man told his wife that if she was running like that, someone must be chasing her. When the girl knocked on their door, she collapsed. Police and medical help arrived quickly, but despite emergency care on the scene and at the hospital, the girl died from blood loss. Horrifically, her throat was cut from her neck to her ear with a sharp instrument, nearly decapitating her. She also had 2 stab wounds on her chest, one piercing her lung and the other penetrating her heart and leaving a metal blade tip in her lung. Additionally, she had bruises on her forehead and right arm and multiple cuts on her fingers and palms. The girl was identified as 18-year-old Mary Fleming, who lived in an apartment building in St. Charles, Missouri, with her mother and sister. At around 6:30 a.m. that day, Mary's mother left for work, followed by her sister about 30 minutes later, while Mary was still asleep. At around 10:30 a.m., Mary, wearing a bikini top and short denim shorts, went to a nearby grocery store. Around the same time, a convertible was seen slowly driving around the area. Between 10:30 and 11 a.m., a friend of Mary's called her, but a man answered. She asked to speak to Mary, and the man loudly asked who she was, saying he'd have Mary call back later before hanging up. A few minutes later, someone saw a man running from the apartment building towards a convertible in the grocery store parking lot and driving away, while Mary left her apartment badly injured to seek help. Police first searched Mary's apartment and found it to be the first crime scene. There was a pair of denim shorts on the living room floor, blood on the walls, coffee table, and floor, and a bloody wallet with money still inside. There was also blood in the hallway between the living room and kitchen, and a pair of women's blood-stained underwear on the kitchen floor. Initially, Mary's death was thought to be linked to other recent crimes in the area, but this was later ruled out. 2 days later, the police released a composite sketch of the suspect, including his appearance and vehicle details. Almost a week later, the man in the sketch was identified as 29-year-old Anthony Joe LaRette Jr. He was visiting friends in St. Charles who lived in the same area as Mary when the police issued an arrest warrant for Anthony on murder charges. Then, Missouri police sent sheriffs to arrest Anthony at his address in Topeka, Kansas, but he had fled. He was found a day later at his sister's house, attempting suicide by cutting his neck and wrist. After waiving extradition to Missouri, Anthony was returned to St. Charles and held in the county jail. The police planned to interrogate Anthony about a series of rapes that occurred around the time of Mary's murder. His bail was set at $500,000. During the investigation, the police also found that Anthony had been convicted of raping a woman in Lawrence, Kansas, in 1974. On August 12th, the prosecutor announced that the initial charge of first-degree murder against Anthony had been upgraded to capital murder. 5 days later, the Riley County Sheriff's Department executed a search warrant on Anthony's residence in connection with Tracy's murder. After searching his apartment and car, the Riley County prosecutor announced that they had found items possibly linked to the Tracy case and might file murder charges. They also declared their intention to investigate other unsolved murders committed by Anthony in the state and elsewhere. At the preliminary hearing, the prosecution introduced the testimony of Richard Robertson, a friend of Anthony's whom he visited on the day he killed Mary. According to Robertson's testimony, He had invited Anthony to stay at his house for a week and even let him drive his car, which Anthony was driving on the day of the murder. After reading about the murder in the newspaper, Robertson immediately called Anthony to ask about his involvement, but Anthony still pleaded innocence when questioned. In April 1981, Anthony conspired with his father to hire someone to kill the guard who had taken him to the hospital after he feigned illness. When his father tried to offer a police informant $400 to keep the matter secret, the informant refused, resulting in both Anthony and his father being charged with conspiracy to commit murder. During the trial on August 11th, the prosecutor presented photos of the crime scene to highlight the brutality of the murder. Anthony and his lawyer argued that he had picked up a hitchhiker near Robertson's house, who asked to be taken to a girl's house where someone owed him money. Anthony drove the hitchhiker to a grocery store parking lot next to some apartments. The hitchhiker got out and entered one of the apartments. After waiting about 15 minutes and worrying about the hitchhiker, Anthony went to the front door of the apartment and saw the hitchhiker either standing over or bending over the girl. The hitchhiker then stabbed the girl as she pleaded for her life. When Anthony entered the apartment, the hitchhiker ran out the front door. Anthony checked the girl and found her throat cut, but he wasn't too concerned because she wasn't bleeding much. However, he was worried about the stab wounds on her chest and tried to stop the bleeding by pressing directly on her chest. The girl began fighting him, broke free, and ran out the back door. With blood on his hands, Anthony fled in fear. The prosecutor refuted this theory, pointing out that Anthony had given two completely different accounts, with the second one claiming he was fully responsible for Mary's accidental death. Due to pretrial publicity, the trial was moved to Warrensburg. The jury deliberated for an hour and found Anthony guilty, recommending the death penalty. The judge sentenced him to death without hesitation. A week later, the conviction was appealed to the Missouri Supreme Court. Anthony's lawyer argued that the murder wasn't premeditated but influenced by his client's emotional and marital issues. The Attorney General refuted this, stating that Anthony's act of tracking the victim to her residence proved premeditation. 6 years after upholding the death sentence, Riley County officials again tried to extradite Anthony to face charges for Tracy's murder, but failed. In November 1988, Anthony contacted investigators in Florida and Missouri, giving detailed recorded confessions for the murders of Jeanette and Beverly. He accurately described the crimes. In the Jeanette case, he said he used the alias Mike Watson and broke into the woman's home with a rounded corner knife, later throwing it under a bridge. In the Beverly case, he recalled his movements, the location of surrounding buildings, and the layout of the victim's apartment, and said he pointed a gun at her and stabbed her, later disposing of the knife in a sewer. Despite his confessions, state attorneys announced they wouldn't charge him with murder since he was already on death row. The Kansas Attorney General's office continued to seek Anthony's extradition. In June 1989, they succeeded in starting legal proceedings, but these were dismissed 3 months later. The Attorney General explained this was due to high costs and respect for Tracy's family, who didn't want to go through another trial. As Anthony's appeals were exhausted, he was scheduled for execution on November 29, 1995. He was Missouri's longest-serving death row inmate, having served nearly 15 years. The day before the execution, a district court judge granted a stay, considering claims of ineffective counsel and mental illness. The next day, the stay was lifted, and the execution proceeded. On that day, Anthony confessed to 31 murders and 10 rapes across 11 states during his travels. Details of these confessions were not disclosed. Later that day, he was executed by lethal injection at the Potosi Correctional Center. In his final statement, he apologized to the families of his victims, saying, "I'm sorry things had to happen this way." Anthony had suffered from mental illness since childhood. He was diagnosed with learning difficulties at school and exhibited abnormal behavior after 2 accidents. 2 weeks after the second accident, 9-year-old Anthony suddenly attacked a female family friend. He was also diagnosed with psychomotor epilepsy. Doctors reported that during his blackouts, he might commit sexual offenses such as indecent exposure, strangling elderly women, and rape. In 1968, Anthony joined the military but was discharged due to mental illness. In the following years, he spent most of his time in mental institutions, where he was diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy, or in prison. In 1977, he left a mental health facility without authorization, stopped taking his medication, married his second wife, and became involved in drug abuse. On his wedding anniversary in 1980, after discovering his wife in bed with another man, He made 2 attempts on her life within 2 weeks and began to feel increasingly angry. Shortly after, he was charged with murdering Mary. In the mid-1960s, a horrifying serial killer case hit the UK. It cast a shadow of darkness and fear over a quiet countryside. In less than 3 years, several innocent little girls went missing and were brutally murdered. The case was really complicated, and police poured in a lot of resources and manpower to investigate these shocking crimes. On December 2, 1964, at 9 p.m., 9-year-old Julia Taylor met a strange man who called himself Uncle Len. Claiming to be a friend of Julia's mother and offering to take her to her aunt's house to collect a Christmas present. The little girl got into the car without any guard. She was excitedly thinking about what Christmas presents her family would get her and talked about this topic with Uncle Len. But finally, this so-called uncle took Julia to a pile of mine waste. He strangled her, took off her clothes, beat her continuously, and then sexually assaulted the crying little girl. It was pouring with rain and the night was very dark. After about 50 minutes, a cyclist who loved night riding passed by. He faintly heard the crying of a little girl nearby. He stopped to check if it was just his imagination. As the crying grew louder, he found badly hurt, naked Julia in a ditch near the mine waste. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly took Julia to the road, flagged down a passing van, and asked the driver to take the bleeding, crying girl to the hospital. News of this shocking and angering incident spread quickly across the region. When the psychiatrist questioned Julia, she said that she remembered noticing the murderer's car pass her aunt's house. She sobbed and begged the murderer to take her home, and his voice then turned terrifying, as if he wanted to kill her. But Julia had forgotten what the murderer in his car looked like. The investigation wasn't going well until a witness came forward and said that the murderer's car was a big one with two-tone paint and a light near the end of the windshield. Still, despite great efforts to search, nothing turned up. On Wednesday, September 8, 1965, 6-year-old Margaret Reynolds, a cute little girl, had lunch with her sister and they set off for school. They parted at a crossroads as they went to different schools. When school was out, Margaret didn't return home. Her worried parents went to the school, only to find out she hadn't arrived that afternoon. They promptly reported her missing to the police. In the following weeks, the police questioned over 20,000 people in the surrounding area and searched all houses within 8 miles of where Margaret disappeared. The newspaper printed 200 posters with Margaret's photo, urging witnesses to contact the police. Over the next few months, the police got many reports. Some people said they had seen a white man in a car trying to lure little girls in the community. However, a new missing case drew everyone's attention. 3 months after Margaret vanished, on December 30th, 5-year-old Diana Joy Tift disappeared from a street near her home. She was last seen at 2 p.m. returning from her grandmother's house, carrying a pink plastic handbag, her Christmas gift. The police and local people formed a search team of about 2,000 people. By January 5th, they had searched over 6,000 houses, gardens, abandoned factories, warehouses, ponds, and reservoirs in the area, but found nothing. On January 12th, a poacher walked along a seldom-used farm track between 2 villages to hunt rabbits. When he reached a waterlogged ditch, he found the remains of Diana and Margaret that people had been searching for. After being sent to the forensic office, the autopsy showed Diana was sexually assaulted and then smothered to death with her hat by the murderer. Margaret's body was badly decomposed. Except for a shoe, her clothes were missing, and the cause of her death couldn't be confirmed. In fact, before finding the 2 children, the police had concluded that the kidnappings of the 2 girls were linked and also connected to Julia's abduction and attempted murder. So, at a press conference, they told the media, "We're hunting a dangerous child killer who might strike again. Please keep your children safe." Then, the investigators contacted police headquarters and got help from 2 experienced ones. They formed a task force to arrest the suspect, working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. First, they focused on finding the murderer's vehicle, but after questioning thousands of cars in the area, no clues emerged. Also, the poacher who found the remains was ruled out as a suspect. Next, the investigators had to visit houses door to door to gather leads. Months passed. Though they didn't catch the murderer, they solved some cases involving the abduction, attempted abduction, and sexual assault of girls. In August 1966, 10-year-old Jane Taylor vanished while cycling. Investigators thought this case might also be linked to the Cannock Chase murders. Though the martyr's identity remained unknown, investigators were sure he would strike again. So a chief superintendent made a plan demanding that on getting any child abduction report, officers should seal off roads in the area and nearby regions and set up roadblocks further away. At 2:30 p.m. on August 19, 1967, 7-year-old Christine Darby was abducted. She and her friends were playing near their homes when a man in a gray car pulled up and said he was lost. Even though the children gave him directions, he pretended not to understand and asked Christine to get in the car to guide him, promising to take her home after he reached his destination. Since Christine's family didn't own a car, she got in excitedly. Her friends watched as the gray car reversed and left in the opposite direction. A neighbor who saw what happened told Christine's mother right away. Realizing how serious the situation was, they ran to a phone booth to call the police. The police quickly launched their child rescue plan and blocked off roads near the area. When questioned by the police, the witness described the murderer as a white man in his 30s with a clean-shaven face, dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt, and driving a gray car. He also spoke with a local accent. Knowing this, the police realized they were hunting a local man and focused their search in the area. Over the next few days, the police handed out 24,000 posters with Christine's photo to the public and put them up in places like shops, bus stops, and on telephone poles around the area. Each poster read, "Christine Darby, were you in Cannock Chase last Saturday afternoon? If so, tell the police." Another witness came forward and told the police that shortly after 2:30 p.m. on August 19th, he saw a gray car heading toward Cannock Chase with a little girl in the passenger seat. On the morning of August 20th, police began searching for Christine's body. As the area was covered in forests, mines, and pits, helicopters couldn't be used. Hundreds of police had to search on foot. Hours later, they found a dirty child's short abandoned under a tree. 2 days later in the afternoon, a soldier discovered Christine's body in a plantation, covered by broken branches and ferns. Christine had suffered terribly. She had no clothes below her waist. Her arms were outstretched, her legs were apart, and her knees were raised. Blood stained the grass and pine needles beneath her, indicating she was sexually assaulted there. This spot was just 1 mile away from where Diana and Margaret were found the previous year. On the morning of August 23rd, investigators examined the tire marks at the crime scene. They found the car had come from open wasteland to the plantation. After murdering Christine, the car reversed out of the plantation, leaving marks almost identical to those made on entry. A tire company manager noted the driver was skilled and experienced. 2 local witnesses reported seeing a gray car near where the body was found. The driver was a white man with dark hair. One witness detailed the car as an Austin Cambridge A60. The police then tracked every gray Austin A55 and a 60 in the area nearby. Over months, they checked 23,000 vehicles. As many drivers were ruled out, the search expanded. The investigators had to interview 44,000 owners of these car models. With the help of 2 witnesses, the police created the first colored composite sketch of a suspect in UK criminal history for the manhunt. At the news conference, they said, "We're certain the man in this sketch murdered these children. His face might be familiar to some. Maybe you're his family and know he's guilty but are covering for him. Perhaps you can't believe this seemingly good man is a killer. But remember, if he's not caught, no child will be safe." In January 1968, investigators began door-to-door inquiries again, covering over 54,000 households. Men aged 21 to 50 in each household were asked to fill out a questionnaire stating their whereabouts and providing contacts to verify their alibis on the days of each kidnapping and murder. Some men were even questioned. Only a few had solid alibis. Others simply said their wives could vouch for them. Without evidence, the investigators couldn't force further questioning. On November 4, 1968, 10-year-old Margaret Alton provided information that led to the arrest of the murderer. She had nearly been kidnapped. A man on a wasteland asked her if she wanted to play with fireworks on his car. When she approached, she noticed newspapers covering the passenger seat, but no fireworks. Hesitant, she was grabbed by the man. Luckily, an 18-year-old girl from across the street drew the man's attention, allowing Alton to break free and run away. This girl witnessed the event, noted down the car's details, a green Ford Galaxy with a cream-colored roof, and the license plate number, which she reported to the police. With this information, investigators contacted local vehicle registration officials and found the car was registered to 39-year-old Raymond Leslie Morris, who lived in a high-rise apartment building. The next day, Morris was arrested by the police. He denied any connection to the case but admitted to previously owning a gray Austin A55. However, since the female eyewitness did not identify Morris, he was released. Yet, 2 investigators remained suspicious of Morris as he closely resembled the published color composite sketch and had owned an Austin A55. Upon reviewing records, they discovered that Morris had been questioned 4 times between 1964 and 1968 in connection with the murders, and had initially been considered a strong suspect. Each time, his wife provided him with an alibi, leading the investigators to note in their files that Morris strongly resembled the sketch and that he only had his wife's testimony as an alibi. On November 12th, investigators examined Morris's insurance records and found that he had owned a car of the same model as the murderers during the kidnappings of Julia and Margaret. Additionally, from Morris's employer, they obtained a gasoline receipt showing that on the day of Margaret's murder, Morris did not have an alibi. On November 15th, the police rearrested Morris for the murder of Christine. In response, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, is it my wife?" His wife was also detained for questioning. Initially, she insisted that her alibi for her husband was true, claiming he had returned home at around 2 p.m. on the day Christine was murdered. However, hours later, she admitted to giving her husband a false alibi and stated that on the day of Christine's murder, Morris did not return home until 5 p.m. He explained to her that he and his manager had worked late. Then he drove the manager home and bought some cakes for her parents. Faced with this information, Morris became flustered, repeatedly refused to answer questions, and also refused to participate in further lineups. In response, the police brought the witness to the station the next day, and he positively identified Morris as the murderer he had seen that day. The investigators then searched Morris's apartment and found a collection of homemade child pornography, many of which depicted the same 5-year-old girl who was identified as the niece of Morris's wife. On November 17th, Morris was formally charged with Christine's murder, along with 2 counts of indecent assault on his niece and 1 count related to the attempted kidnapping of Alton. On February 10, 1969, Morris went to trial. He pleaded not guilty to the kidnapping and murder charges but admitted to sexually assaulting his niece. The next day, 2 key prosecution witnesses testified, confirming that the man they saw on August 19, 1967 was defendant Morris. Despite efforts by Morris's lawyers to discredit them using composite images, they stood firm in their identification. On February 14th, a police officer testified that Morris had been hostile during a door-to-door inquiry shortly after Christine's murder and had shown indifference to the victim's mother's grief. Morris's wife testified for the prosecution, contradicting his alibi. She admitted to giving Morris a false alibi out of belief in his innocence. His mother-in-law and employer also testified, further undermining his alibi. Evidence showed Morris had enough time to commit the crime on the day Christine was murdered. In his defense, Morris denied knowing Christine and questioned his wife's testimony. He claimed police brutality after his arrest and that he wasn't allowed a lineup. Regarding the explicit photos of his niece, he said they were accidental and that he was disgusted by them. On February 18th, both sides presented closing arguments. The judge instructed the jury to evaluate each charge separately and avoid letting anger over the pornography influence their verdict. After less than 2 hours of deliberation, Morris was found guilty of attempting to kidnap Alton and the sexual assault and murder of Christine. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge said, "I do not intend to keep you here any longer, nor do I intend to make any comment on this dreadful murder. As you know, there is only one sentence: life imprisonment." Morris was not charged with the murders of Margaret, Diana, or the attempted murder of Julia, but investigators and the public believed he was responsible. There just wasn't enough evidence to prove it in court. Morris was born on August 13, 1929. His childhood is unknown. In 1951, he married his first wife, and they had 2 children, but the marriage ended due to his violence and controlling behavior. At 35, he married his second wife, who always provided him with an alibi. In 1966, he was arrested for taking indecent photos of 2 female students but wasn't convicted, which might explain why he didn't commit any murders that year. Morris died naturally on March 11, 2014, after spending 45 years in prison. He never admitted to his crimes or showed any remorse. A retired policewoman said, "I'm sure the families of his victims would be disgusted. Cannock Chase will never forget what he did." In the early 20th century, a widow in her 60s sat in the living room of her boarding house as usual. In her hand was a tattered prayer book, ready to pray for herself. This woman ran the boarding house alone, In the past, she had made a living by renting out rooms. Although her life was not affluent, she always tried her best to create a cozy home for her tenants. On that evening, a young man named Earl Leonard Nelson arrived at her door. He claimed to be a devout Christian looking for a quiet place to rest. His appearance was gentle and polite, which put the woman at ease. She welcomed him warmly, as she did with other tenants, showing him around the rooms and explaining the rules of the house in detail. Nelson behaved respectfully during the tour, and his demeanor convinced the woman that he would be an ideal tenant. However, she had no idea that this seemingly pious young man harbored dark impulses within, nor could she imagine that this night would be her last. As dusk fell and the entire boarding house fell silent, she sat alone in the living room, preparing to begin her evening prayers once again. She had no idea that her new tenant had a nickname, the Gorilla Killer, and that she was about to become another victim of his brutal murders. The tragedy began on May 12, 1897, when Nelson was born in San Francisco, California. If life were to improve after hitting rock bottom, then for Nelson, his entire life was one of misfortune. It is said that his father was a drunkard and his mother a sex worker. Within just 2 years of his birth, both of them died of syphilis. Nelson's grandparents, devout Pentecostals, then took on the responsibility of raising their daughter's child. However, their age and personalities were not well suited to caring for a young boy. They lived a strict Puritan lifestyle, constantly suppressing their own emotions and feelings. For Nelson, a natural troublemaker, this stern family atmosphere was sheer torment. As a result, Nelson exhibited self-loathing and other pathological behaviors from a young age. At the age of 7, he was expelled from school for misbehavior. His teachers complained that the boy constantly talked to invisible people and frequently referenced a large beast from the Bible. He also had a habit of peeking at female family members undressing. So Nelson was described by everyone as a psychotic child. Even his own grandmother thought so. She noted that Nelson would sometimes go to school in freshly cleaned clothes, only to return home in tattered garments, as if he had exchanged clothes with a homeless person. When Nelson was 10 years old, he was involved in an accident with a streetcar while riding his bicycle. Blood gushed from one of his temples, and after the doctor's best efforts, they believed he would not survive. Strangely, however, he awoke from a coma just a few days later, but the accident haunted him for the rest of his life. He suffered from frequent headaches and memory loss, and began to exhibit unstable behavior. As Nelson entered his teenage years and puberty, his curiosity about women grew stronger. He frequently visited the brothels and bars in San Francisco's Barbary Coast red light district and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. His mental illness also worsened. He often subjected his family members to bizarre physical acts, such as walking on his hands or attempting to lift heavy objects with his teeth. Nelson had suffered a head injury that led to a decrease in his intelligence and significant memory loss. In 1918, a Navy psychiatrist indicated that Nelson was living in a constitutional psychopathic state, which means he had congenital psychopathy. This implied that he had difficulties in cognition and behavioral control, making his criminal activities almost inevitable. At the age of 18, Nelson went to a rural area in Plumas County, where he broke into a cabin, thinking it was abandoned, and took it over. For this offense, he was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin State Prison. Although he was paroled after a year, over the next 2 years, Nelson was frequently arrested for minor thefts and burglaries. At the end of 1917, Nelson enlisted in the military but deserted after 6 weeks. This became a pattern for him as he repeatedly joined different branches of the military under various names and then deserted. In 1918, at the age of 21, Nelson joined the U.S. Navy. During a military training session, his bizarre and unstable behavior led to his admission to Napa State Mental Hospital. After observation, one psychiatrist concluded that Nelson did not exhibit violence, homicidal tendencies, or destructiveness. Another psychiatrist noted that Nelson had hallucinations and other paranoid delusions. Nelson often claimed to see people that others could not see, hear music that others could not hear, and sometimes believed that someone was poisoning him. He also heard strange and terrifying voices urging him to commit suicide. The poor man, Nelson, stated that if he were imprisoned, he would surely take some sharp object and cut the veins in his wrists. This psychiatrist also mentioned that Nelson experienced severe headaches during their conversations and had fainted on multiple occasions. During his confinement, Nelson attempted to escape several times until the staff eventually stopped searching for him. In 1919, Nelson was officially discharged from the U.S. Navy, and his hospital records were closed with a note indicating that his condition had improved after treatment. After escaping, Nelson found a job as a janitor at St. Mary's Hospital. This job required no skills or qualifications. It was here that he met Mary Martin, a 60-year-old administrator. The two began dating and reportedly got married, but the marriage was short-lived. Nelson turned the woman's life into a living hell with his strange jealousy and anger, bizarre sexual demands, religious delusions, and increasingly violent behavior. This led to their separation after just 6 months of cohabitation. Later, Martin recalled various strange behaviors she had witnessed while living with Nelson, including his long absences from home and unusual bathing habits, such as pouring water over his toes. On May 19, 1921, Nelson posed as a plumber and entered a residence on Pacific Avenue in San Francisco, where he attempted to molest a 12-year-old girl. However, the girl was very clever. She screamed frantically, trying to alert her brother to call for help, which caused Nelson to flee in fear. He was arrested a few hours later while riding a handcart. At the subsequent hearing, Nelson was identified as a dangerous individual and was sent back to Napa State Mental Hospital. There, he attempted to escape twice before being discharged in 1925. In 1926, Nelson began his horrific spree of murders. His first known victim was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old wealthy landlady living in San Francisco. On February 20th, he posed as a new tenant named Roger Wilson and entered her boarding house at 2037 Pierce Street. Once inside, Nelson strangled her, raped her corpse, and hid her body in an empty room in the house. Just a month later, on March 2nd, his second victim emerged. In San Jose, near San Francisco, 63-year-old Laura Beale was strangled to death in her home. His criminal actions then became more frequent. On June 26th, he strangled 63-year-old Lillian Mary in San Francisco and raped her corpse. 2 weeks later, he continued his crimes in California. In Santa Barbara, 325 miles south of San Francisco, 53-year-old Ollie Russell was strangled with a rope in her boarding house. The autopsy confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The similarities in the modus operandi to the San Francisco murders led the police to suspect a connection between these cases. On August 16th, Mary Nisbet, a 52-year-old apartment building owner in Oakland, was found dead in the bathroom of an empty apartment by her husband. She had been strangled and raped. Initially, local law enforcement questioned whether Nisbet's husband was involved in her death, but he was soon cleared of suspicion. Later, witnesses told the police that they had seen a smiling stranger lurking outside her apartment building on the day of Nisbet's murder. Others who claimed to have seen Nelson at various boarding houses described him as a dark, stocky man with long arms and large hands. Because of this, newspapers began to call him the Dark Strangler and the Gorilla Killer. In the fall, Nelson moved to Portland, Oregon. On October 19th, he raped and murdered 35-year-old landlady Beata Withers, the first of several victims he would kill in Portland. Her body was discovered by her teenage son, hidden under clothes in a steamer trunk in her attic. The next day, 59-year-old Virginia Grant was murdered in a vacant property on East 22nd Street, with her body concealed behind a basement furnace in her home. On October 21st, landlady Mabel Fluke disappeared from her home in Portland. A few days later, her body was found in the attic, strangled with a scarf. After committing 3 murders in Portland, Nelson briefly returned to San Francisco and raped and murdered 56-year-old widow Willie Anna Edmonds on November 18th. Initially, the police were reluctant to attribute the crime to the Dark Strangler. However, a few days after the murder, a friend of Edmonds told the police that she had visited Edmonds' home on the day of the murder and found her in the living room talking to a strange man about a business deal involving the sale of her house. The woman's description of the unknown man matched that of the gorilla killer. On November 19th, a 28-year-old pregnant woman near Burlingame, California, was attacked while showing her house to a man posing as a potential buyer. She survived the assault and described the man as about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-dressed, and articulate. The woman later told reporters that although she had not felt threatened initially, she recalled that the man had commented on the intricate details of the house, especially the ceilings. "I now realize that he was trying to get me to look up at the ceiling so he could slip behind me and grab my throat," she said. On November 29th, Nelson murdered and raped Blanche Myers at her home in Portland. During the investigation, police found a fingerprint on Myers' iron bedpost. Although fingerprint technology was still in its early stages at the time, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The Portland murders also sparked a public frenzy, with the Oregonian reporting that the third floor of the Portland Police Department had turned into a veritable madhouse, with officers receiving hundreds of calls and reports of suspicious individuals. A local woman claimed that a suspicious man had stayed at her boarding house for a few days after Thanksgiving under the name Adrian Harris. She said that on the day Myers was murdered, the man had told her and other residents that he was leaving to take a train to Vancouver and would not be back. She found this suspicious because he had already paid for several days' rent in advance. Before leaving, he had also given her and another boarder jewelry as a gift. The police later confirmed that the jewelry belonged to Florence Monks, a wealthy widow who had been murdered and raped in Seattle on November 23rd. To prevent further murders, law enforcement agencies in California and Oregon issued public safety announcements to citizens. In the San Francisco Bay Area, elderly women were advised to take precautions when renting out rooms and inviting strangers into their homes. Meanwhile, the Portland Police Department issued the following statement to the public: "Do not show your house or rooms for rent when you are alone. If necessary, ask the police to accompany you. Such crimes should be prevented. They could have been avoided if women had been more careful." I do not want to unduly alarm the people of Portland, but there is no denying that the situation is serious. In late November, Nelson left Portland and continued his killing spree, moving eastward and traveling by hitchhiking or sneaking onto trains. His criminal trail stretched from the West Coast to the Midwest and East Coast of the United States. On December 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Amira Berard was found in her home in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Her body was garlanded with a shirt. Initially, local police ruled her death as a suicide, as Berard had recently been discharged from a mental hospital. However, subsequent findings of signs of sexual assault led to the reversal of this decision, and the case was reclassified as a murder. On December 27, 23-year-old Bonnie Pace was strangled and raped in her home in Kansas City, Missouri. Her body was discovered by her husband in an upstairs room. Just one day later, on December 28th, 28-year-old Germania Harpen and her 8-month-old son were found murdered in their home in Kansas City. Both had been strangled, her son with a diaper, and Germania had been raped after death. They were discovered by her husband when he returned home from work that evening. On April 27, 1927, Nelson murdered and raped 53-year-old landlady Mary McConnell in Philadelphia. Several pieces of jewelry were also stolen from her residence. The next day, Nelson attempted to sell one of her gold watches to a pawnbroker, but was refused. On May 27th, Nelson arrived in Buffalo, New York, where he rented a room from 53-year-old Jenny Randolph under the name Charles Harrison. 3 days later, Jenny was found strangled and raped, her body stuffed under her bed. Jenny's brother had encountered Harrison, describing him as appearing about 33 years old, short and stout, with dark complexion and black hair combed back. Boarders at Jenny's house later positively identified Nelson as Charles Harrison. On June 1st in Detroit, Michigan, boarding house manager Fannie Mae and boarder Maureen Atorthy were found murdered in the boarding house under May's supervision. Their remains were discovered by the building's owner, Leonard Sink. May had been strangled with a wire cut from a table lamp. Police determined that the wire had been cut while the electricity was still running, as the knife used to cut it showed obvious signs of burning and a notched blade. On June 3rd, he murdered 27-year-old Mary Cecilia Sitzma in Chicago, Illinois. Sitzma was found by her husband on the floor of their home, strangled with an electrical cord. On June 8th, a series of shocking murders occurred in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. 14-year-old Lola Cowan mysteriously disappeared after leaving home to sell artificial flowers door to door. Just 2 days later, on June 10th, another local woman also vanished. That evening, her husband discovered her body while kneeling beside his son's bed for evening prayers. She had been raped, strangled, and showed signs of being struck with a claw hammer. Upon investigation, police found that several items were missing from her home, including a set of riding reins, her gold wedding ring, a family Bible, and a $10 bill. Additionally, a knife with burn marks and scratches was left at the scene, matching the knife used to cut the lamp wire in May's murder the previous week. This discovery led police to realize the connection between the cases. The next day, a local Winnipeg jeweler unknowingly purchased a gold ring for $3.50 Canadian dollars from a man who later turned out to be Nelson. The ring was confirmed to be the woman's wedding ring. Stolen clothes from her home were also found being sold at a second-hand store nearby. Both the jeweler and the clothing store owner positively identified the man who had sold the items as Nelson. A barber who owned a shop next to the second-hand store also provided a crucial lead to the police. He said that on the afternoon of June 10th, he had given a shave, haircut, and massage to a man who closely resembled Nelson. While cutting the man's hair, he noticed dried blood and scratches on his scalp. When he inquired about the source of these marks, the man became agitated and demanded that he not touch his hair. On June 12th, Winnipeg police conducted a city-wide search of rooming houses. While searching the boarding house at 133 Smith Street, where Nelson had recently resided, police discovered a decomposing body under the bed in Nelson's room. It was the missing Cowan, whose body had been dismembered in a manner reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's victims. Her clothes and personal items were also missing. After the discovery of Cowan's body, the Winnipeg City Council offered a reward of 1,500 Canadian dollars for information leading to the conviction of the perpetrator. This reward subsequently became a matter of controversy, with several individuals coming forward with information about Nelson's whereabouts, including a driver who claimed to have transported Nelson from Emerson to Winnipeg on the day Cowan disappeared. In June 1927, while investigating the Winnipeg murders, Canadian police suspected that Nelson might have fled to the United States. To locate him quickly, they sent detailed descriptions of him to police departments and post offices across the United States. During this period, reports surfaced of sightings of a man matching Nelson's description in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in Boissavin, Manitoba. On June 14th, a man identifying himself as Mike Mofsky was arrested by customs officers in the small town of Wauwunessa, on the border between Manitoba and Minnesota. This man's appearance closely matched Nelson's description, but he managed to escape the next day. Just 2 days later, on June 16th, in the border town of Killinick, Manitoba, only 12 miles from the North Dakota border, officers arrested a man named Vigil Wilson, who also fit Nelson's description. Reportedly, the man was so calm and cooperative during his arrest that officers even doubted they had the right person. Nelson was detained in a local jail, but he managed to escape that very night. However, fate was not on his side. He attempted to flee by train, but the next morning he was formally arrested again by an officer from the Crystal City Police Department on a railway line 47 miles east of Wauwunessa. He was then taken to the Rupert Street Police Station in Winnipeg, where he was photographed, fingerprinted, measured, and prepared for identification. Nearly 4,000 spectators waited outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect. The photographs taken by the Winnipeg police were quickly sent to police departments across the United States, leading to positive identifications by witnesses in Illinois and California, who claimed that the man matched the same unidentified renter they had encountered. Despite Nelson's insistence that his name was Vigil Wilson, fingerprints forwarded from the San Francisco Police Department to Winnipeg confirmed that his identity matched the one from his previous arrests. Nelson's fingerprints also matched those found at multiple crime scenes, and his teeth matched the marks found on the victims. Initially, he confessed to the crimes, candidly telling reporters, "I only kill my ladies on Saturday nights." However, he later retracted his confession, claiming innocence. Shortly after his arrest, in an interview with the Manitoba Free Press, he said, "I am charged with 2 murders, but I am not the one who committed them." When asked about the individuals in the United States and Canada who positively identified him as the perpetrator, he simply replied, "They are all mistaken." Despite attempts by law enforcement agencies in both the United States and Canada to extract a confession, Nelson refused to admit to any of the murders he was suspected of or charged with. Nelson's trial began on November 1st, 1927, at the Winnipeg courthouse. His former wife, Martin, testified against him, describing him as a man who was absolutely insane. In addition, over 60 witnesses from both Canada and the United States testified that they had seen Nelson at the crime scenes, or could link him to the stolen property from the victims' homes. During the trial, a prison guard noted that Nelson was particularly fascinated by a passage from the book of Proverbs, which reads, "My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men." On November 5th, the closing arguments were completed, and after 40 minutes of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Nelson guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Nelson maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but he was unable to counter the evidence presented by the police. However, his attorney never gave up on him. He submitted a 30-page document to the Minister of Justice, pleading for leniency for Nelson on the grounds of his mental derangement and congenital psychopathy. Nelson's personal history had also been unfairly presented to the jury by the media, meaning that the jurors were not impartial. they might have been predisposed to believe Nelson was guilty. These documents included 20 affidavits from people who had known Nelson all their lives, swearing that they could fully understand Nelson's character and state of mind. They unreservedly and without exaggeration believed that Nelson had been mentally unsound for a long period of time. Despite the numerous affidavits, the appeal was denied, and Nelson's execution was not stayed. At 7:30 a.m. on January 13, 1928, at Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Nelson was hanged. His last words were, "I forgive those who have wronged me." On a winter night in Los Angeles, January 6, 1987, a homeless man, as he usually did, was wandering the streets of Koreatown, searching for a place to shelter from the cold. Unbeknownst to him, tonight would be the end of his life. A young man named Joseph Martin Danks, armed with a sharp knife like a skilled hunter, hid in the hazy night and quietly approached the homeless man. Without hesitation, he stabbed him in the heart with the knife, instantly taking his life. Next day, the sun rose as usual, and the streets were filled with people. The body of this poor man was discovered, his face bearing an expression of terror, as if it were telling the story of that horrifying night. In January 1987, a serial killer emerged near Koreatown in Los Angeles, who crazily targeted homeless people and carried out a series of brutal murders. He usually stabbed his victims from behind with great force, and his methods were extremely brutal. The first victim was 40-year-old Christopher Michael Forsblade. On January 7th, his body was found on Vermont Avenue. The crime scene was gruesome. The homeless man's body lay on the ground, his heart stabbed and blood pooling around him. 7 days later, 2 new victims appeared. Their remains were discovered at noon and in the afternoon respectively. One was 58-year-old Isaac Davis, killed on South Menlo Avenue. Then, in less than 3 hours, 55-year-old John Charles Coble was killed on West 9th Street. Autopsy reports showed that they died from stab wounds, with vital organs ruptured and bleeding to death. 2 days later, a homeless man, aged around 43 and whose identity was never confirmed, was brutally murdered on West 8th Street. The next day, 64-year-old Almond Lord was attacked on South Kenmore Avenue. The elderly man survived the assault because the multiple serial murders at the time had already heightened the vigilance of the local homeless population. He had been on guard, and when the assailant attacked him, he put up a fierce resistance, causing the attacker to flee. He also provided the police with a description of the suspect's appearance for a composite sketch during the subsequent investigation. On January 20th, 58-year-old James Lyons was attacked in Manhattan Plaza. Like Lord, he was prepared for an assault. Although he was stabbed, he also survived. A few hours later, another homeless man in his 50s was killed on Southwest Boulevard, and his identity was never confirmed. However, in this murder, a witness saw the assailant in the act. He chased the attacker for 5 blocks and then borrowed a phone from a passerby to call the police. The police responded swiftly, cornering the assailant in a dead-end alley. In the end, the attacker made no futile resistance. Just before being arrested, he wrapped the murder weapon, a kitchen knife, in a newspaper and threw it into a trash can, but it was eventually found by the police. After arriving at the police station, the killer's identity was confirmed as 25-year-old Joseph Martin Danks. He waived his Miranda rights, which means he had the right to remain silent and the right to have a lawyer present during questioning. He directly admitted to 6 counts of murder. In addition to his testimony, the main evidence proving Joseph's involvement in the murders was the kitchen knife he discarded, as the width and length of the blade matched the depth and shape of the victim's wounds. Furthermore, a 34-year-old man named Christopher John Regal was released by the police, as he had been the primary suspect in these murders before Joseph's arrest. According to Joseph's statement, his motive for the murders was personal animosity towards the homeless, whom he considered to be dirty and disgusting. And the start of his killing spree was triggered by a homeless man named Edwin Trujillo. He claimed that this homeless man caused the shelter to be overcrowded, preventing Joseph from being allowed to stay there overnight, although the police could not confirm whether this incident occurred. In March 1988, the prosecutor's office offered Joseph a plea deal, but he initially refused it. During the trial, Joseph was detained at the Men's Central Jail, where he exhibited symptoms of paranoia. He was keen on constructing conspiracy theories surrounding his detention, complaining that his prison food had been poisoned by unknown individuals. He firmly believed that the famous actor Burt Reynolds and television host Johnny Carson were in the same room with him, defecating in his food. He also accused the prison management of psychologically torturing him by playing music through the cameras in his cell. During a court hearing, Joseph even attacked his lawyer with a makeshift knife crafted from a toothbrush and a razor blade, causing minor injuries. In December of the same year, On the advice of his lawyer, Joseph accepted the plea deal in exchange for the withdrawal of the death penalty. According to the agreement, on December 23, 1988, he was found guilty of 6 murder charges and sentenced to life imprisonment, with no possibility of parole for 156 years. Due to his deteriorating mental health, Joseph was transferred to Atascadero State Hospital, where he received treatment from June 1989 to March 1990. During this period, after a psychiatric evaluation, Joseph was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder. He also underwent a neurological examination to determine if there were any suspected cysts in his brain, but the results did not reveal any abnormalities. After a period of treatment, his mental state improved, and on August 23, 1990, he was transferred out of the hospital to the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi to continue serving his life sentence. Around 1 a.m. on September 21, 1990, Joseph was shouting loudly in his cell, claiming that he had killed his cellmate. A prison guard was alerted and went to check the cell, where he found the body of 67-year-old Walter Holt. That morning, during an interview about what had happened, Joseph stated that 3 hours after he was locked in the cell, Holt had fallen asleep, and he strangled Holt with a rope made from a bedsheet. He claimed that he killed the man because a divine voice had ordered him to do so. Obviously, this explanation was not credible to anyone, so Joseph was charged with first-degree murder. While awaiting trial, Joseph remained in prison, where he continued to engage in criminal activities. On November 12, 1991, a prison guard searched his cell and found a sharp plastic handle hidden in his mattress. On January 23, 1992, a prison guard conducted a strip search on several inmates, including Joseph. During the search, the guard forced the prisoners to take off their clothes. When he removed the handcuffs from Joseph and another inmate, Joseph used a piece of metal to stab the other prisoner in the head. On January 26th, another prison guard noticed smoke coming from Joseph's cell and immediately took him out to put out the fire. The cause of the fire was later determined to be Joseph setting his cell on fire with newspapers and magazines he had been collecting. On July 12th, during lunchtime, Joseph attacked a guard, beating him and attempting to splash a cup of hot coffee in his face. In early 1993, Joseph's trial for the murder of Holt began. During one of the court sessions, he attacked one of his lawyers, stabbing him with a sharp wire. On April 2, 1993, Joseph pleaded guilty to the murder charge and was subsequently sentenced to death. In his final statement, Joseph showed no remorse for his actions, claiming that he was doing God's work by killing the elderly man. He also threatened the judge and the prosecutor and told the jury members that he openly welcomed being executed. Joseph's mental condition was a cause for concern for everyone, but perhaps there was some explanation for it all. Joseph's story began on June 17, 1962, when he was born into a wealthy family in Bay City, Michigan. His mother was not his father's legal wife, but a nanny, and as a result, the innocent child was not highly regarded within the family. In fact, his birth was not valued by everyone. During her pregnancy, Joseph's mother continuously consumed alcohol, leading to his premature birth by 2 months. At birth, he weighed only 2 kilograms and had to spend 4 weeks in an incubator at the hospital. Even after returning home, he was not cared for by his parents, as the 2 irresponsible individuals continued to drink excessively after his birth. It was his half-sister and the hired housekeeper who took care of him. According to the housekeeper, on at least 2 occasions, he found Joseph crying and locked in a drawer by his mother. Additionally, there were reports of his parents giving him sedatives, causing him to be in a state of sleep for most of the time. Although his mother denied this, the couple's actions did not seem to convince people. In early 1964, his parents had a violent argument, during which his father beat his mother and broke her nose. This led to the angry mother leaving home with 2-year-old Joseph and living on her own. Over the next decade, Joseph endured a great deal of hardship. He witnessed his mother marrying a strange man, giving birth to 2 sons, and then constantly arguing with his stepfather, which led to the stepfather leaving home and abandoning the family. He also saw his mother being consoled by another man, and under the meticulous care of this man, she married him. In 1976, Joseph returned to Bay City with his mother and new stepfather, and then Joseph reconnected with his biological father and 2 half-brothers. At this point, they were already deeply in debt, having lost their house and jobs, and were living in a trailer, surviving by theft while using various anesthetics such as marijuana, LSD, and phencyclidine. A year later, 15-year-old Joseph was involved in 2 traffic accidents within just a few months, one of which resulted in a head injury. Although he successfully recovered after being discharged from the hospital, he showed signs of mental illness, which was not surprising. In fact, his half-brother also suffered from schizophrenia, as their biological father was both a drug user and an alcoholic, with declining memory. A year later, Joseph was arrested in Mexico on suspicion of drug possession. Although he was ultimately only fined administratively, his new stepfather directly prohibited him from entering the trailer and contacting his biological father and brothers. A wise decision, because soon after, his two half-brothers were arrested for drug trafficking. In the following year, Joseph dropped out of school and ran away from home. He began a months-long journey of homelessness, constantly hitchhiking between various cities. During this period, Joseph's mental state deteriorated rapidly, with symptoms of hypochondria and clinical delirium. He frequently moved furniture around the house and deliberately cut the electrical wires, claiming that someone was watching him through the television. He also accused his mother and other relatives of trying to poison him, so he refused to eat any food prepared by his family. He seemed to have a severe case of mysophobia, obsession with cleanliness, washing dishes, and tidying the room multiple times a day. In addition, he was plagued by auditory hallucinations, as he claimed to be communicating with his deceased grandparents. Even though his family wanted to help him, he refused any medical assistance, insisting that drug addiction was a common phenomenon in society. He was also convinced that President Ronald Reagan smoked 10,000 marijuana cigarettes a day. Due to unemployment, he relied on financial support from his mother, but he suspected that his mother and aunt were colluding to print counterfeit money and threatened to report them to the police. In his spare time, he hung out with local homeless people, and over time, he gradually stopped taking care of his appearance, becoming slovenly and unhygienic. In October 1982, Joseph appeared at an elementary school in New Jersey, dressed in tattered clothes, causing a panic. He was forcibly taken to the police station. After returning to Michigan, he again complained of experiencing hallucinations. Having committed several minor offenses, Joseph was involuntarily committed to a mental hospital for treatment. Although he managed to escape after 2 weeks, he was found in Florida after several days on the run and was sent back to the facility, where he received treatment until early 1984. He was then sent back to his mother. At this point, Joseph's first stepfather offered him a job, attempting to repair their relationship. However, starting in 1985, Joseph's mental state deteriorated again. He displayed misanthropic traits, refusing to accompany his stepfather to any fast food restaurants or other public places. And he demanded that food be delivered to him by truck and claimed that an unidentified malicious entity was tracking him. After a while, he left his stepfather and once again began hitchhiking across the country. In 1986, Joseph went to live with one of his half-brothers for several weeks. However, this brother had become a Jehovah's Witness after being released from prison 2 years prior, had gotten married, and had ceased all criminal activities, leading to arguments between the two, and Joseph eventually left. In June 1986, Joseph was arrested for illegally possessing a sawed-off shotgun. During his incarceration in the county jail, he exhibited signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder, constantly keeping his cell clean and washing his belongings multiple times a day. In September, Joseph pleaded guilty to an attempted theft charge and was sentenced to 5 years of probation. After his release, he left Michigan again and reappeared in Los Angeles, California by the end of 1986, marking the beginning of Joseph's murder spree. On April 2, 1993, after the final sentencing, Joseph was transferred to a death row cell at San Quentin State Prison. As time went on, his mental health continued to deteriorate. He often complained of hallucinations and pain caused by rats, but no traces of rats were found in his cell. Joseph also suffered from insomnia, frequently screaming at night and waking other prisoners from their sleep. He also often attacked prison guards, once pouring urine on a guard. Although his mental illness was known, he did not receive treatment until 2011. In 2004, Joseph's lawyer drafted an appeal, asking to overturn his death sentence and requesting a retrial. This was because during the second trial in 1993, 2 jurors sought advice from their parish clergy, a violation of the rules that juries should follow, as jurors are prohibited from discussing the case outside the courtroom. However, the appeal was rejected. In 2012, Joseph's family hired a lawyer to appeal his death sentence, asking for treatment for his mental disorder. However, the court did not make a final decision on this appeal. On March 13, 2019, the governor of California ordered a suspension of the death penalty in the state. This meant that although Joseph's death sentence remained valid due to the governor's order, he would not be executed. And his case and health continued to be monitored, especially since he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder. At the end of the 20th century, on a pitch-black night in an unremarkable house in Houston, Texas, a chilling and heinous bloody murder was quietly brewing. Dean Arnold Quarles was about to carry out evil atrocities on two teenagers he had lured to his home. This man, known as the Candyman by the community residents because he often gave out free candy to children, had won people's trust in this way. On this terrible night, there was also the presence of another victim, a boy named Elmer Wayne Henley, who was one of Quarles' criminal accomplices. Although this teenager had already been involved in multiple criminal activities with Quarles, this time he felt sympathy and pity for one of the victims, and as a result, he was also tied up. However, through a series of pleas and promises, Henley was untied, but on the condition that he had to participate in the torture and murder of the victims. As the killing was about to begin, at this decisive moment, a surge of defiance rose from deep within Henley's heart. He couldn't bear to watch more innocent teenagers get hurt, so he seized Quarles' pistol and fired several shots at the devil without hesitation. On December 24, 1939, Quarles was born into an ordinary family from Fort Wayne, Indiana. His home was filled with frequent arguments because his father and mother had completely different ideas about raising children. The father was very strict with the kids, while the mother obviously favored and protected them. It's easy to imagine that growing up in such a family, the children would feel confused and contradictory. So, Quarles' mother decided to divorce. She wanted to get the children away from this environment, so she sold the house and moved to Memphis, Tennessee with young Quarles and his brother living in a trailer. Perhaps Quarles' mother still believed in that man, and she didn't want the two children to lack fatherly love. Not long after the divorce, she remarried Quarles' father and moved together to Pasadena, a suburb of Houston, Texas. However, this marriage didn't last long either. A few years later, the couple divorced again, and the mother still obtained custody of the two sons. Despite this, the two boys still maintained regular contact with their father. The discord between their parents led to Quarles being introverted and serious from a young age, rarely interacting with other children. But he had a tender heart and was extremely sensitive to any form of criticism or rejection. This is also the reason why some unhappy families choose not to separate, because children really need a childhood filled with parental love. In 1953, after Quarles' parents divorced for the second time, his mother married a traveling clock salesman, and then the family moved to the small town of Victoria, Texas. His half-sister was also born. Here, Quarles' mother and his stepfather started a small family candy company, which was initially operated out of the garage. Quarles went to school while participating in the company's daily operations. He and his brother were in charge of operating the candy-making machines and packaging the products. Their stepfather was responsible for sales, often going to Houston to sell most of the products. From 1954 to 1958, Quarles attended Victoria High School. At school, he was regarded as a well-behaved student with satisfactory grades. Although he was still a bit introverted, according to his classmates' memories, he occasionally went on dates with girls. In the summer of 1958, Quarles graduated from high school. Shortly after, he and his family moved to the northern suburbs of Houston because it was closer to the main market for their candy business. They also opened a store called Pecan Prince at their new home, a name derived from the brand of their family products. In 1960, Quarles moved to Yoder, Indiana, to live with his grandmother. There, he established a close relationship with a local girl, but for some unknown reason, he turned down her marriage proposal. After living in Indiana for nearly 2 years, in 1962, he returned to Houston to continue helping with the family's candy business. In 1963, Quarles' mother divorced his stepfather, and then they set up a new candy company named Quarles Candy Company. Quarles was appointed vice president of the new family business, while his brother was appointed secretary and treasurer. That same year, a teenage male employee complained to Quarles' mother, alleging that Quarles had made sexual advances towards him. To prevent the spread of gossip, she fired the teenage. On August 10, 1964, Quarles was drafted into the U.S. Army. He was assigned to Fort Polk, Louisiana, for basic training, and then sent to Fort Benning, Georgia, for radio repairman training. Eventually, he was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. According to official military records, Quarles' service in the Army was unblemished. However, he did not enjoy military service and applied for early discharge, citing the need for his family business. The Army approved his request, and after serving for 10 months, he was discharged on June 11, 1965. Because the Quarles Candy Company, created by his mother, and Pecan Prince, his former stepfather's business, had been in constant competition, Quarles immediately threw himself into the candy business upon his return, facing the growing public demand for his family's products. In fact, it was during his military service that Coral first realized he was homosexual, and he also experienced his first homosexual encounter there. After returning to Houston, Coral's behavior changed subtly. He often spent time with teenage boys. That same year, Coral Candy Company moved across the street from Helms Elementary School. Coral became known for giving out free candy to local children, especially teenage boys, a practice that earned him the nicknames the Candyman and the Pied Piper. He also installed a pool table behind the candy factory, where employees and local young people would gather. It was noted that he frequently flirted with several teenage male employees there. In 1967, Coral met 12-year-old David Owen Brooks, a 6th grade student and one of the many children he gave candy to for free. Brooks often interacted with Coral and the various teenage boys who gathered behind the candy factory, and he regularly went on trips to the beaches of South Texas with different young people. Later, Brooks said that he was drawn to Coral because he was the first adult male who didn't mock his appearance, and Coral would give him money whenever he needed cash. Brooks also had a very poor family environment, with his parents frequently arguing. Coincidentally, during this period, Coral treated him like the father he had imagined, and as a result, Brooks developed unusual feelings for Coral. Starting in 1969, the two gradually developed a sexual relationship. In 1968, after the failure of Coral's mother's third marriage, she and his half-sister closed down Coral Candy Company and moved together to Colorado. Although his mother often talked to Coral on the phone, the two never met again. At this time, Coral, having received training as a radio repairman in the Army, found a job as an electrician in Houston. On September 25, 1970, an 18-year-old college freshman named Jeffrey Connon disappeared while hitchhiking with another University of Texas student to his parents' home in Houston. 3 years later, on August 10, 1973, his naked body was found under a boulder in Mustang Island Beach. According to the medical examiner's speculation, Connon died of human strangulation and asphyxiation caused by a rag gag in his mouth. At the scene of the burial, Connon's hands and feet were tightly bound with nylon rope. Shortly after Connon's disappearance on December 13th, Brooks lured two 14-year-old boys, James Glass and Danny Yates, away from a religious gathering in Houston Heights to Coral's apartment in Yorktown. The two young men were tied to Coral's torture board, and Coral intended to sexually assault them. Initially, Brooks discovered and stopped him, then Coral promised to give Brooks a car in exchange for his silence. Brooks agreed, and the two young men were subsequently sexually assaulted, strangled, and buried in a boat shed rented by Coral on November 17th. Brooks received a green Chevrolet Corvette, and then Coral threatened Brooks, saying that since he had killed the two young men, Brooks had become his accomplice in murder, and if anyone told the police, he would also be arrested. However, Coral then made another offer to Brooks, saying he would pay him some money, but the condition was that Brooks had to continuously lure other boys to his apartment. On January 30th, 1971, Brooks and Coral encountered two young boys, Donald and Jerry Waldrop. Initially, they were driven by their father to a friend's house to plan the formation of a bowling league. After finding out their friend was not home, they began walking back. However, the story ended with the two young men being lured into Coral's van and taken to the apartment he was renting, where they were raped and strangled. Between March and May of the same year, Coral kidnapped and murdered 3 victims living in Houston Heights, burying their remains behind the boat shed. Brooks was involved in each kidnapping. One of the victims was 15-year-old Randall Harvey, last seen by his family on the afternoon of March 9th as he rode his bicycle to Oak Forest, where he worked part-time as a gas station attendant. Harvey was taken to Coral's apartment and shot in the head, killing him. The other 2 victims, 13-year-old David Hilligius and 16-year-old Gregory Malley Winkle, were kidnapped and killed together on the afternoon of May 29th. After learning of their sons' disappearances, Winkle's mother and David's parents frantically searched for the boys, even printing reward posters offering money to anyone who provided information on the boys' whereabouts. One of Coral's criminal accomplices, 15-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, initially volunteered to distribute these posters, trying to reassure the distraught parents that the boys' disappearance might have another explanation, rather than them truly being missing. On August 17th, Coral and Brooks met Brooks' 17-year-old acquaintance Reuben Watson Haney while returning home from a movie theater in Houston. Brooks persuaded Haney to attend a housewarming party at Coral's new residence on San Felipe Street, which he had moved to the previous month. Haney agreed, was taken to Coral's home, strangled, and buried in the boat shed. In September, Coral moved to an apartment on Columbia Street. Brooks later stated that at this address, he had assisted Coral in kidnapping and murdering two unidentified young men. In the winter of 1971, Brooks met Henley and introduced him to Coral. Henley was originally lured to Coral's residence as an intended victim. However, Coral apparently thought the young man would make a good accomplice, so he also made Henley the same offer he had made to Brooks: $200 for any boy he could lure to his apartment, while telling Henley that he worked for a white slavery gang. Henley later said that for the first few months he ignored this tempting offer but still maintained an acquaintance with Coral, gradually beginning to see him as a brotherly figure because he admired Coral's work ethic and considered him a man worth confiding in. In early 1972, due to Henley and his family's poor financial situation, Henley accepted Coral's offer. His first participation in a kidnapping occurred in late February or early March, when he met a boy on the street, promising to take him to smoke marijuana and luring him to Coral's house. At this point, he had no idea that the boy would be sold to a slave gang, but in reality, the unidentified boy became Coral's prey. On March 24th, Henley, along with Brooks and Coral, encountered his 18-year-old acquaintance, Frank Aguirre. He called Aguirre over to Coral's van, inviting the young man to drink beer and smoke marijuana with the three of them at Coral's apartment. Aguirre agreed, and they smoked marijuana together. However, suddenly, he noticed a pair of handcuffs left on the table by Coral and felt something was wrong. Aguirre wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Coral pushed him onto the table and cuffed his hands behind his back. At this point, Henley realized that Coral's intention was definitely not to sell Aguirre to a slave gang. But when he heard Coral admit to having raped, tortured, and killed the previous victims he had assisted in kidnapping, he understood that he had already stepped into an abyss from which there was no turning back. On April 20th, Henley assisted Brooks and Coral in kidnapping another young man, 17-year-old Mark Scott, who was one of Coral's intended victims because he had deceived Coral in a previous deal. They forcibly grabbed Scott, who was very tenacious. Even after being abused for several hours, the young man still tried to stab Coral with a knife. But eventually, when he saw Henley pointing a gun at him, Scott realized he could no longer resist. He gave up struggling and resigned himself to his fate. Initially, Henley did participate in the murders as an uninformed party. But as multiple murders occurred, his psychology became twisted. He gradually became curious about how much patience humans could have, so he was by no means a victim who was always forced to participate in the murders. Before June 26th, Henley also assisted Brooks and Coral in kidnapping and murdering two young men named Billy Balch and Johnny Dellum. According to Brooks' testimony, both young men were tied to Coral's bed. After being tortured and sexually assaulted, Balch was strangled to death by Henley, while Dellum was shot to death by him with a pistol. During Coral's residence on Schuler Street, he, along with Brooks and Henley, lured a 19-year-old young man named William Lettinger to their residence. The young man was initially tied to hooks on the wall and then to a plywood board, where he suffered torture and abuse at the hands of Coral. Brooks later claimed that after he persuaded Coral to release Lettinger, the next time he entered the house, Henley knocked him unconscious. Coral then tied Brooks to the bed and repeatedly assaulted the young man before finally releasing him. In the summer of 1972, Coral killed two victims. The first victim was 17-year-old Stephen Sickman, who was last seen leaving a party in Heights shortly before midnight on July 19th. The young man was brutally beaten in the chest with a blunt object, then strangled and buried in the boat shed. Around August 21st, 19-year-old Roy Button was kidnapped on his way to work as an assistant at a shoe store in Houston. His mouth was taped shut, and he was shot twice in the head before being buried in the boat shed. It wasn't until 2011 that they were identified as Coral's victims. On October 3rd, Brooks and Henley encountered two young men, Wally J. Simonet and Richard Hembree, who were walking home. They were lured into Brooks' car and taken to Coral's apartment. That night, Simonet secretly called his mother's house and shouted the word "Mom" into the receiver before the call was disconnected. The next morning, Henley accidentally shot Hembree in the mouth, with the bullet exiting through his neck. A few hours later, both young men were strangled and subsequently buried in a mass grave. Sometime in November, 18-year-old Willard Branch disappeared while hitchhiking from Mount Pleasant to Houston, and his body was buried in the boat shed. On November 11th, 19-year-old Richard Kepner disappeared on his way to a phone booth. He was strangled and buried on High Island Beach. Between March and November 1972, at least 10 teenagers aged between 13 and 19 were murdered, with 5 buried on Mustang Island Beach and 5 in the boat shed. On January 20th, 1973, Coral moved to Wirt Road in the Spring Branch area of Houston. Within 2 weeks of moving into this address, he killed 17-year-old Joseph Lyles. On March 1st, Coral moved out of this apartment and briefly stayed in an apartment on South Post Oak Road before moving to the address 2020 Lamar Drive, which his father had vacated in Pasadena. Between February 1st and June 4th, Coral had no known victims killed. Records show that he suffered from hydrocele in early 1973, which may have been the reason for his inactivity during this period. Additionally, around the time of Lyle's murder, Henley went to Florida with his uncle, a long-distance truck driver, and moved to Mount Pleasant, apparently to distance himself from Coral. Perhaps at this point he had already begun to have thoughts of rebellion, but after so many murders, he could no longer return to normal life in society. Starting in June, Coral's killing frequency increased sharply. Henley and Brooks later testified that the brutality of the murders he committed while living on Lamar Drive had increased. Henley later compared Coral's escalation to being like bloodthirsty, and added that he and Brooks would instinctively know when Coral announced he needed a new boy, because Coral would become restless, smoke, and make fidgeting movements. On June 4th, Coral and Henley kidnapped 15-year-old William Ray Lawrence. The teenager was last seen by his father on the street. After 3 days of abuse and torture, Lawrence was strangled and then buried in Lake Sam Rayburn. 2 weeks later, 20-year-old Raymond Stanley Blackburn was kidnapped, strangled, and buried in the same place. On July 6th, Henley started school, where he met 15-year-old Homer Louis Garcia. The next day, Garcia called his mother, saying he was going to spend the night with a friend. Instead, he was shot and bled to death in Coral's bathtub and was buried in Lake Sam Rayburn. 5 days later, 17-year-old John Sellers from Orange County was tied up, shot, and buried on High Island Beach. In July 1973, Brooks married his pregnant fiancée, and Henley temporarily became Coral's only accomplice. Between July 19th and 25th, he assisted in the kidnapping and murder of 3 young men. Henley claimed that these were the only 3 kidnappings that occurred after he became Coral's accomplice in which Brooks did not participate. On August 3rd, Coral killed his last victim, 13-year-old James Stanton Dramala from South Houston. The boy was kidnapped while riding his bicycle. In Coral's home, he was tied to a torture board, raped, tortured, and strangled with a rope, and then buried in the boat shed. Brooks later described Dramala as a blonde, blue-eyed little boy, and he even bought him a pizza. On the evening of August 7th, the whole story came to an end. Henley invited 20-year-old Timothy Cordell Kelly to a party hosted by Coral. Since Kelly also knew Coral, he accepted the invitation. Brooks was not present at the time. After the party started, Coral did not make a move but drank and smoked marijuana with the 2 of them. Then Henley and Kelly left, promising to return soon. They drove back to Henley's home together. After getting out of the car, Henley heard a commotion coming from the home of his 15-year-old friend Rhonda Louise Williams, so he walked towards her house. Williams was bandaging her sprained ankle at the time, and she was being beaten by her drunk father. Then Henley invited Williams to rest at Coral's home. Around 3 a.m. on August 8th, the 3 young people returned to the apartment, but Coral was very angry because he did not allow girls in his apartment at all. Coral told Henley in private that he had ruined everything, and Henley explained that Williams had argued with her father that night and did not want to go home. Then Coral became a bit silent. He offered beer and marijuana to the 3 of them, but he did not touch it himself. About 2 hours later, the 3 young people passed out. When Henley woke up again, he found himself lying on the ground with his wrists cuffed, his mouth taped shut, and his ankles tied together. The other 2 young people were in the same condition, and Kelly's clothes had been stripped off. Then Coral noticed Henley was awake, so he removed the tape from Henley's mouth. Henley protested in vain, accusing Coral of his actions, but Coral was unmoved. He once again expressed his anger at Henley for bringing the girl back and said he planned to kill all 3 of them after assaulting and torturing Kelly. Coral said, "Man, you brought this girl here," and then shouted, "I'm going to kill all of you, but first I'm going to have some fun." Next, Coral dragged Henley to the kitchen, pressed a pistol against Henley's abdomen, and threatened to shoot him. Henley tried to calm Coral down, promising that if Coral released him, he would participate in the torture and murder of Williams and Kelly. After about 30 minutes, Coral agreed. He untied Henley's restraints and then took Williams and Kelly to his bedroom, tying them to both sides of the torture board. Then Coral handed Henley a hunting knife and ordered him to cut off Williams's clothes, saying that while he would rape and kill Kelly, Henley also had to do the same to Williams. So Henley began to cut off Williams's clothes, and Coral took off his clothes and started to torture Kelly. At this point, both victims had woken up. Kelly began to twist and shout, and Williams raised her head and asked, "Is this real?" Henley replied, "Yes." Williams continued to ask, "What are you going to do?" Then Henley asked Coral if he could take Williams to another room. At this point, he already had the idea of releasing his friend, but Coral ignored him. So he grabbed Coral's pistol and said, "Dean, you've gone far enough. I can't go on anymore. I can't let you kill all my friends." Coral approached Henley and said, "Kill me, you won't do it." But facing the threatening approach, Henley chose to shoot, hitting Coral in the forehead. However, the bullet did not fully penetrate his skull, so Coral continued to charge at Henley. Henley fired 2 more shots, hitting Coral in the left shoulder. Feeling the pain, Coral turned and ran out, hitting the corridor wall. Henley then fired 3 more shots at Coral's waist and shoulder, and he slowly fell to the floor, dead on the spot. At 8:24 a.m. on August 8th, Henley called the Pasadena Police Department. He told the operator on the phone, "You'd better come over now. I just killed a man. The address is 2020 Lamar Drive." A few minutes later, a patrol car arrived. Williams and Kelly were sitting by the roadside crying, while Henley was staring blankly across the street. After seeing the police, he told the officer that he was the one who made the call and indicated that the body was inside the house. The officer then confiscated the pistol, put the 3 young men into the patrol car, and went into the house. After finding Coral's body in the hallway, he returned to the car and took the 3 to the police station. Kelly later told the detective that before the police arrived, Henley had said to him, "If you guys weren't my friends, I could have gotten $200. During his detention, when initially questioned about Coral's killing, Henley recounted the events of the previous night and that morning, explaining that he had fired the shots in self-defense. The statements of Kelly and Williams corroborated his account, and the detective questioning Henley also believed that he had acted in self-defense. Henley went on to say that for nearly 3 years, he and Brooks had been helping Coral kidnap teenage boys for him to rape and murder, some of whom were their own friends. He said that initially, he thought the boys he kidnapped would be sold to an organization in Dallas for homosexual acts, sodomy, and perhaps later murder, but he soon realized that Coral was killing the kidnapped victims. The police were initially skeptical of Henley's claims, considering the only victim in the case to be Coral, attributing it to drug-induced violent behavior. However, Henley was very insistent. When he recalled the names of 3 boys, Coble, Hilligiest, and Jones, and said that he and Brooks had kidnapped them for Coral, the police found his story plausible, as these 3 teenagers were all listed as missing. In addition, the floor of Coral's room was covered with thick plastic sheeting. The police also found a torture board with handcuffs tied to 2 corners and nylon rope tied to the other 2 corners, as well as a large hunting knife. There was a roll of the same type of transparent plastic on the floor, a portable radio mounted on a pair of dry batteries with the volume turned up, an electric motor connected to loose wires, 8 pairs of handcuffs, thin glass tubes, and long ropes. Coral's van also gave a similar impression. The rear windows of the van were sealed with blue curtains. In the back of the vehicle, the police found a coil of rope, a beige carpet stained with dirt, and a wooden box with air holes drilled in the side. The rear of the van had a pegboard wall with several rings and hooks, and a wooden box was also found in the backyard. There were several strands of human hair in this crate. At the request of the police, Henley agreed to accompany them to Coral's boat shed in southwestern Houston, where he claimed several victims' remains could be found. Inside the boat shed, the police discovered a partially stripped stolen Chevrolet Camaro, a child's bicycle, a large iron drum, water containers, 2 bags of lime, 2 shovels, a damaged rake, and a large plastic bag filled with teenagers' clothing. It was here that they found a large number of victims. Accompanied by his father, Brooks went to the Houston Police Department on the evening of August 8th and made a statement denying any knowledge or involvement in the murders. However, he admitted to knowing that Coral had raped and killed 2 teenagers in 1970, and he mentioned the names of 2 young men, Reuben Haney and Mark Scott, who had been seen with Coral before their disappearance. On the morning of August 9th, Henley provided a full written statement detailing the process of him and Brooks' involvement with Coral in the kidnapping and murder of many young men. In this confession, Henley admitted to personally killing about 9 young men and assisting Coral in strangling the others. He said that there were only 3 murder cases in which Brooks did not assist them. That afternoon, Henley accompanied the police to Sam Rayburn Lake, where he, Brooks, and Coral had buried 4 victims killed that year. 2 more remains were found in shallow, lime-soaked graves near a dirt road. Inside a lakeside cabin, the police discovered a second plywood torture board, rolls of plastic sheeting, shovels, and a bag of lime. On the evening of August 9th, Brooks confessed to the full extent of his crimes, admitting to participating in several murders and assisting in several burials, although he continued to deny direct involvement in the killings. When talking about the torture board used by Coral to restrain and torture the victims, Brooks said, "Once they were on the board, they were as good as dead. It was all over. All that was left was screaming and crying." Speaking of the actual murders, he stated that witnessing the victims' deaths did not bother him, adding, "I've seen it so many times." And then he agreed to accompany the police to locate the victims' remains. At that time, in terms of the number of victims, this killing spree was the worst serial murder case in the United States, although this record was broken a few years later. The victims' families first levied severe criticism at the police department because after the boys went missing, the police only listed them as runaways, not missing persons. They believed that the boys were not considered worth any significant investigation. If the police had launched an investigation early on and established a special task force, there would not have been so many victims. On August 13th, a grand jury in Harris County convened and heard testimonies from Williams and Kelly, as well as from a victim released by Brooks, Ridinger. They recounted their experiences, and investigators also testified at the hearing, detailing the various statements and confessions provided by Henley and Brooks in the days following Coral's death, as well as the assistance in overseeing the excavation of the victims' remains. After listening to more than 6 hours of testimony, the grand jury indicted Henley on 3 counts of murder and Brooks on 1 count of murder on August 14th. The bail for each defendant was set at $100,000. Henley was not charged in connection with Coral's death, and the prosecutor ruled that Coral's death was in self-defense. On July 1st, 1974, Henley went on trial in San Antonio, charged with 6 counts of murder committed between March 1972 and July 1973. Following the advice of his defense attorney, Henley did not testify in court. His lawyer cross-examined several witnesses but did not call any witnesses or experts to testify in his defense, as it was deemed unhelpful. The prosecution called 24 witnesses, including Kelly and Ridinger, and presented 82 pieces of evidence, including Coral's torture board and one of the boxes used to transport the victims. Other incriminating testimonies came from officers who read Henley's written statements. On July 15, 1974, both attorneys presented their closing arguments to the jury. The prosecution sought a life sentence, while the defense argued for an acquittal. In the closing arguments submitted to the jury, the district attorney apologized for not being able to sentence the perpetrators to death and added that this case was the most extreme example of inhumanity he had ever seen. The jury deliberated for 92 minutes before finding Henley guilty of all 6 murder charges. On August 8th, the judge sentenced Henley to a total of 594 years in prison to be served consecutively. He was transferred to Huntsville Prison to begin his sentence formally. On February 27, 1975, Brooks went on trial, charged with 4 counts of murder committed between December 1970 and June 1973, but ultimately only charged with the murder of 15-year-old Lawrence in June 1973. His defense attorney argued that his client had not committed any murders and attempted to portray Coral and Henley as the active participants in the actual killings. The assistant district attorney flatly rejected the defense's arguments, telling the jury, "This defendant was involved in this killing from the very beginning, this killing spree. He tells you that if it weren't for an accident, he was a cheerleader. That's what he tells you about his role. You know he was involved." Brooks' trial lasted less than a week, and the jury reached a verdict in just 90 minutes. On March 4, 1975, he was found guilty of murdering Lawrence and sentenced to life in prison. At the sentencing, Brooks showed no emotion, although his wife burst into tears. Henley is serving a life sentence at the Mark Stiles Unit in Jefferson County, Texas. Since July 1980, his consecutive parole applications have been denied, and he will next be eligible for parole in October of this year. Brooks was serving a life sentence at the Terrell Unit near Rocharon, Texas. On May 28, 2020, he died of complications related to COVID-19 at a Galveston hospital at the age of 65. Under the terrifying shadow of World War II in 1942, the streets of London were swallowed by darkness, with air raid alarms wailing incessantly. The whole city was steeped in fear and tension from the war. Yet, besides the war threat, a merciless serial killer, known as the Blackout Ripper, was lurking in the streets. He picked out and brutally murdered victims, casting an extra layer of horror over the already anxious London. His crimes didn't draw the global attention that Jack the Ripper's did. The times he lived in were dark and dangerous due to the war. His victims were murdered in a city under prolonged blackout and were almost forgotten. The darkness of the era not only concealed the war's cruelty but also his unspeakable crimes. Even though these murders were among London's most horrific, the clamor of war drowned them out, making them a little-known, terrifying chapter of that time. On the morning of February 9th, 1942, a female corpse was discovered in an air raid shelter by an electrician. The victim's clothes were in disarray, and her head was tightly wrapped in a scarf. When the police arrived at the scene, the investigators found that the victim's shoes were severely worn. Near her body, there were scattered mortar fragments. They deduced that the woman had a fierce struggle with her attacker. Then, the unidentified assailant knocked her to the ground and strangled her. Perhaps with the intention of sexually assaulting the woman, the attacker lifted her skirt above her hips, pulled her underwear down to her knees, and exposed her right breast. Moreover, the investigators found some items dropped on the pavement outside the air raid shelter, including an empty handbag. However, they didn't find any fingerprints of the attacker on these items. On February 10th, the victim was identified as Evelyn Hamilton, a 41-year-old pharmacist. Due to the war, she faced financial difficulties. On February 8th, she quit her job and took a train to London. At 6:40 p.m., she told a friend she planned to go to Lincolnshire the next day for a pharmacy manager position. Shortly before midnight, she had a glass of white wine at a bar. A waitress saw her leave. Investigators believe that after leaving the bar in the early hours, an attacker approached and killed her. The autopsy showed no sexual assault, but her right breast had cuts and scratches, and her left eyebrow was cut. Before Hamilton was identified, at around 8:30 a.m. on February 10th, 2 meter readers found the door of 34-year-old Evelyn Oatley's apartment unlocked. They saw a messy room with bloodstains and called the police. Officers found Evelyn naked in bed in a blood-stained room. Her handbag was scattered and a bloodied razor blade and hair curlers lay nearby. The autopsy revealed she was strangled, with injuries to her mouth, chest, a 6-inch throat cut, and her right carotid artery severed. She had mutilation marks on her abdomen, genitals, and thighs, especially around the vagina, caused by a razor blade and can opener. The police found the killer's fingerprint on a bloodied can opener, but no match was found in the database, indicating the killer had no criminal record. Evelyn, a married woman, worked in a nightclub after the war started. Witnesses reported a young, mustached pilot with chestnut hair, about 5'8", approached Evelyn outside a restaurant late that night. A neighbor, possibly the last to see Evelyn alive, saw her enter the apartment staircase with a man at 11:40 p.m. She was woken by noises from Evelyn's room shortly after midnight, but didn't investigate. Margaret Florence Lowe, 43-year-old, was a widow. After her husband passed away, she gave up the family business, sent her daughter Barbara to a boarding school, and moved to London alone. There, she found a job as a cleaner and also started prostituting. Barbara visited her mother in London every 3 weekends by train. They would go to the cinema, visit landmarks, and chat about life. On February 13th, 3 days after Evelyn's murder, Barbara came to London as usual. But when she entered the apartment, a neighbor told her that Margaret hadn't been seen for 2 or 3 days, and a package outside her door remained undelivered. Barbara used her key to enter the apartment. In the bedroom, she found her mother strangled. She was lying on her back on the bed, legs spread and knees bent upward. Her stockings were knotted under her chin, and foam was around her nose and mouth. When the police arrived, they found the killer's fingerprint on a glass candlestick holder on the bedroom mantelpiece. There was also a glass and a half-drunk bottle of Hamerton's oat black beer. The forensic doctor commented that the injuries were horrific, caused by a savage sexual maniac driven by evil desires who inflicted terrible harm on the women. The autopsy revealed that the victim had been beaten all over and mutilated. Some injuries were inflicted while she was still alive. Even after death, her body was extensively cut and mutilated with tools like a razor blade, vegetable knife, dining knife, and poker. Her abdomen was opened, exposing internal organs, and there was a deep, large 10-inch wound near her right groin. A large serrated bread knife protruded from this wound. Based on these injuries, the killer was also responsible for Evelyn's death. According to neighbors, at 1:15 a.m. on February 11th, Margaret walked to her apartment with a client, who left a few hours later. On the afternoon of February 12th, Catherine Mulcahy, 25-year-old, was attacked. A man approached her on the street, and they chatted. Catherine decided to take him to her apartment for sexual services by taxi. After entering the apartment, the man undressed and lay on the bed, beckoning her, so she took off her clothes, except for her boots. As she approached, he threw her to the ground, kneed her stomach violently, and choked her. Fortunately, Catherine didn't remove her sturdy boots. She kicked the man's stomach repeatedly, broke free when he fell, and screamed as she ran out of her apartment to a neighbor's house, managing to escape. Initially, Catherine wanted to report the assault to the police, but to stop her, the man dressed partially gave her £8, said politely, "Sorry, I think I've had too much to drink tonight," and grabbed his coat to flee. However, a strap that could identify him was left in Catherine's apartment, unnoticed by him. On the night of February 13, 32-year-old Doris Chelnett, her husband, returned to their apartment. Noticing the bedroom door was locked, he suspected his wife was hiding something. His attempts to break in failed, so he called the police. An officer arrived, opened the door, and found Doris lying diagonally on the bed, naked, with her left hand between her legs. A stocking was tightly tied around her neck. Realizing the seriousness, the officer told Doris's husband not to enter the room. Around 8 p.m., investigators arrived and discovered Doris's jaw was broken. Her abdomen, genitals, left breast, and thighs were mutilated with a razor blade and knife. A piece of flesh below her left breast was cut off and placed on her thigh. 2 used condoms lay on the floor by the bed. A gold watch and about £5 were stolen from the apartment. The autopsy report stated Doris was strangled, with all injuries inflicted post-mortem. The forensic doctor noted the killer showed restraint when harming areas above the navel, but went wild on genitals and thighs. Doris, a part-time sex worker who occasionally worked the streets, would take clients when her hotel-owning husband stayed overnight. With 4 victims in a few days, investigators knew one killer was responsible, except Hamilton, whose injuries differed. Due to the war, the murders got little media coverage, and the killer was dubbed the Blackout Ripper. On the same day, February 13th, married Margaret Haywood was assaulted. A man with drinks and sandwiches approached her. As they strolled and chatted, he tried to take her into an air raid shelter. She felt offended and gave him a kiss, saying she wouldn't enter, but the man grew bolder, fondling her body. Haywood rebuked him, hit his wrists, and tried to leave. In response, he throttled her, pushed her to the door, and strangled her into unconsciousness, repeatedly mumbling, "You won't." As he rummaged through her handbag, a delivery man saw him. At the time, the delivery man, entering a nearby bar with drinks, saw a woman on the ground and a man searching her. He rushed over to scold the man and help Haywood. When Haywood regained consciousness, they went to the hospital and found a gas mask and backpack on the ground. On the way, they met a policeman, reported the incident, and handed over the items. Back at the police station, an investigator noticed the backpack had a Royal Air Force Regiment number. They contacted the RAF police and confirmed the gas mask and backpack belonged to Gordon Frederick Cummins. On the morning of February 14th, the police questioned Cummins about his activities. Cummins protested his innocence, claiming he had been drinking whiskey with a sergeant in a building, then took a taxi to a bar. He said he spoke with a woman there, but being drunk, couldn't recall their conversation. They walked in the street but returned to base immediately upon realizing he had violated the curfew. Cummins denied assaulting Haywood but expressed regret and offered compensation. When asked about the cuts and bruises on his left knuckles, Cummins claimed they were from maintaining an aircraft engine. However, the police remained suspicious and arrested him for serious assault. On February 15th, the police checked the logbook recording pilot's activities and found Cummins' entries for the days of the previous murders were in pencil, easily alterable, and incomplete, with no record of his return to base. Inquiry among Cummins' colleagues revealed a habit of vouching for each other, and that Cummins had been spending lavishly a week prior. Further investigation showed Cummins and another pilot often left via the fire exit after midnight and returned to base in the early hours. A search of Cummins' belongings uncovered items linked to the 4 victims of the Blackout Killer, including Evelyn's cigarette case hidden in a small kitchen with a photo of Evelyn's mother. Bloodstains were found on the inside of a shirt and belt taken from his toolkit. Examination of the turn-up of Cummins' military trousers revealed traces of a unique brick dust mixture found in the air raid shelter where Hamilton's body was discovered. The police also matched Cummins' fingerprints on the can opener used to kill Evelyn and at 2 other crime scenes. The 2 surviving victims, Catherine and Haywood, were asked to identify their attacker. Catherine couldn't confirm, but Haywood immediately identified Cummins as her assailant. Cummins continued to deny the accusation, claiming Haywood was mistaken, and that another pilot had planted the gas mask at the attempted murder scene to frame him. On April 27th, the trial of Cummins for the murder of Evelyn began. The prosecution highlighted the fingerprint evidence found at the crime scene. Fingerprint experts confirmed that the prints on the murder weapon matched Cummins. The forensic doctor testified that Evelyn died from throat cutting around 12:30 a.m. on the day her body was found. A witness stated that on the night of February 10th, he parted ways with Cummins outside a restaurant in a square, and Cummins didn't return as scheduled. In his defense, Cummins denied the murder charge, claiming he was with another woman that night and returned to his residence in the early hours. He also alleged that the police had coerced him during the interrogation, leading to his lies. On April 28th, after hearing the closing arguments and the judge's instructions, the jury began deliberating. The judge emphasized that the jury should determine Cummins' guilt based on the evidence, while considering both societal interests and the defendant's freedom. Eventually, the jury took only 35 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Each juror avoided eye contact with Cummins as they returned to the courtroom. When the court clerk asked for their verdict, they replied, "Guilty of murder." When the verdict was read aloud, Cummins showed no emotion, though his wife was in tears. He was then asked if there were any legal reasons why the court shouldn't impose the death penalty. Cummins responded, "Sir, I am entirely innocent." He was formally sentenced to death by hanging. When pronouncing the sentence, the judge said, "Gordon Frederick Cummins, after a fair trial, you have been found guilty and charged with murder. As you know, the law only allows me to pronounce one sentence, which is to take you from this place to a legal prison and then to the place of execution, where your neck will be hanged until you are dead. May God have mercy on your soul." Cummins had no criminal record or history of violence before his arrest. Born in 1914 in New Earlswick, North Riding of Yorkshire, his father was a civil servant running a school for delinquent youths, and his mother was a housewife. From a wealthy family, he received a private education. Though academically average, he obtained a chemistry certificate at 16. At 18, he moved to Newcastle and worked as an industrial chemist before being fired. At 19, he worked in a leather finishing factory in Northamptonshire but was dismissed again for poor time management. He then took various temporary jobs. At 20, he moved to London and became a leather dresser in a clothing factory. He desired a noble lifestyle, frequented West End hotels and clubs, lied about being a bastard with an allowance, and imitated an Oxford accent, styling himself as the respectable Gordon Cummins. He often bragged about his sexual encounters with local women. In 1935, he was fired for letting his luxurious lifestyle affect his work. Later, he joined the Royal Air Force. During training, he was ambitious, but not popular with colleagues. In 1936, he met his wife. During World War II, he was assigned to multiple military bases, gaining flying experience. In 1942, he returned to London and began his murderous career. After conviction, Cummins awaited execution in the death cell. His appeal was rejected and he became indifferent to his situation. On June 25th, before execution, he was given a glass of brandy to calm his nerve. Then he walked firmly to the scaffold without resistance, and the execution, lasting less than 2 minutes, was carried out. On a chilly winter night at the end of the 20th century, a young soldier in military uniform stood by a California highway, trying to hitch a ride. As time passed, an old car slowly approached. The driver was Randy Stephen Kraft, who sat behind the wheel with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. His gaze through the windshield was fixed on the young soldier, waving his hand incessantly. He knew that tonight he had found his prey. After the car slowly pulled over and stopped, the soldier got into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped into a hell from which there was no turning back. Initially, the atmosphere inside the car was relatively calm, with the two occasionally chatting about various topics, until, after he drank the alcohol handed to him by Randy, everything turned strange. Sensing the changes in his body, the soldier realized something was amiss. His voice trembled as he tried to say something, but before he could utter a word, his body became heavy and his consciousness gradually blurred. He attempted to struggle, but it was too late, as Randy's hands had already tightly clasped around his neck. When night fell again, another silent specter haunted that highway, yet the freeway killer's murders were still going on. This story began on March 19, 1945, when Randy was born in Long Beach, California. His family led a simple life. His father worked at an aircraft factory, and due to the great financial pressure, his mother also took on several part-time jobs to help support the family. Although he did not have much parental companionship, Randy was doted on by his 3 older sisters, even though he was just a tag-along little brother. In 1948, they moved to Orange County. Their house was originally a small wooden building designated for female Army soldiers, which was later converted into a 3-bedroom house. It was here that Randy attended the local elementary school. In order to help him integrate and to offer her assistance, his mother joined the Parent-Teacher Association and became a member of it. During his adolescence, Randy developed a strong interest in politics. He became a staunch Republican, aspiring to be a U.S. Senator. Shortly after entering Westminster High School, Randy was regarded by those around him as a pleasant and intelligent student who often achieved A-level grades. Occasionally, he would go on dates with girls, but some classmates and teachers at that time suspected that Randy was homosexual. Later, Randy said that he had known he was gay since high school, but initially kept his sexual orientation a secret. On June 13, 1963, Randy graduated. That fall, he entered Claremont Men's College in Claremont, California. Shortly after enrollment, Randy joined the Reserve Officers Training Corps and regularly attended demonstrations in support of the Vietnam War. He also participated in the campaign rally for Republican presidential candidate Barry Goldwater in 1964. He later claimed that these actions were just an imitation of his parents' political views, rather than his own. In the same year, Randy began his first known homosexual relationship. He worked as a bartender at a Garden Grove cocktail lounge that catered to gay clients. He also frequently went to Laguna Beach and Huntington Beach to have casual sex with some men. During those days, Randy tried to reveal his sexual orientation to his parents. He often brought a series of male friends to meet his family. However, Randy's parents and sisters turned a blind eye to his homosexual identity. In 1966, Randy solicited a prostitute in Huntington Beach, who turned out to be an undercover police officer. He was arrested and charged with lewd conduct. However, since he had no prior criminal record, no charges were filed. The following year, Randy's political beliefs underwent a fundamental shift. He became a supporter of liberal views and registered as a Democrat. Soon after, he became an organizer for the Democratic Party, tirelessly campaigning for Robert Kennedy's election and even receiving a personal letter from the senator thanking him for his efforts. By his senior year, Randy had become a lackadaisical student. He indulged in alcohol and drugs and often gambled and played poker with other students all night long. Due to his lack of study in his final year, Randy failed to graduate from Claremont College in June 1967. He was forced to retake a course in econometrics, which delayed his graduation by 8 months. It was not until February 1968 that Randy finally graduated from Claremont Men's College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics. 4 months after graduation, Randy joined the U.S. Air Force. He was sent to Texas for basic training and then stationed at Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California. His job was to supervise the painting of test aircraft. During his service, Randy was promoted to the rank of first pilot. In the same year, he came out as gay to his family. In a letter to a friend, he described his father's furious reaction. Although his mother was more understanding, she still seemed somewhat disapproving. Eventually, Randy's family accepted his sexual orientation. He believed that he still maintained close contact with his parents and 3 sisters, but his siblings pointed out that after he revealed his sexual orientation to them, he began to distance himself from his family. Randy also disclosed his sexual orientation to his superiors, and then he was discharged after only 13 months of service. His discharge was officially listed as being for medical reasons. In response, he sought legal advice from a lawyer to question the reasons for his discharge, but to no avail. After being discharged from the military, Randy moved back to his parents' home and found a job as a bartender. In March 1970, Randy met a 13-year-old boy named Joseph Alwyn Fancher in Huntington Beach. The boy told Randy that he had run away from home and had nowhere to live, so Randy invited the young man to his apartment. He promised Fancher that he could live with him and even offered to arrange sexual encounters with a woman he claimed to know. Fancher agreed and accompanied Randy to his apartment in Belmont Shore. There, Fancher was drugged, beaten, and sexually assaulted multiple times. Several hours later, after Randy left for work, Fancher managed to flee the apartment. A passerby, shocked by his drugged and disheveled state, called an ambulance. At the hospital, Fancher told the police that Randy had drugged and beaten him. Due to shame and fear that no one would believe him, he did not disclose to his parents or the police that he had been sexually assaulted. With the cooperation of Randy's roommate, the police searched the apartment. However, since Fancher confessed to the police that he had voluntarily taken the pills offered to him and the police had conducted the search without a warrant, no charges were filed against Randy. In 1971, Randy met Jeff Graves, a student from Minnesota who was 4 years his junior, and began a relationship with him. During the period from 1971 to 1983, Randy was suspected of murdering as many as 67 people, almost all of whom were men aged around 13 to 35. The majority of the victims were members of the Marine Corps. This was because Randy was a homosexual, and his motives for committing these crimes were closely related to sexual abuse and sexual gratification, so he tended to target young, physically strong males. The reason why Randy was able to successfully murder some men who were stronger than him was that he never engaged in direct confrontation with them. He usually first used alcohol or other drugs to leave the victims completely defenseless. According to forensic identification, the remains of most of the victims contained high concentrations of alcohol and sedatives, which meant that they had lost consciousness long before they were abused and killed. His modus operandi was typically to look for young, strong hitchhikers on the highway, then offer them alcohol or water laced with sedatives. When they fell into a deep sleep, he would tie them up and then torture and sexually abuse them, burning their chests, faces, and genitals with fire. His final method of execution was also extremely horrific. He would castrate, strangle, or dismember them, and finally, he would dump their remains beside the highway or take them back to his home. On October 5, 1971, the naked body of a 30-year-old man named Wayne Joseph Duquette was found near Ortega Highway. He was a bartender at the Stable, a gay bar in nearby Sunset Beach. He was last seen on September 20th. Because his body was completely decomposed, the forensic doctor could not detect any signs of injury. So initially, his cause of death was listed as acute alcohol poisoning due to high blood alcohol content. However, in Randy's diary, the word stable was written. So investigators believe that Wayne was his first victim. 15 months later, a 20-year-old Marine named Edward Daniel Moore was murdered. He was last seen leaving the military camp on December 24, 1972. In the early morning of 2 days later, his body was found beside the highway. The autopsy showed that his wrists and ankles had been tied up, and then his face had been struck by the murderer with a blunt object. There were also large areas of abrasions on his body, which meant that he had been pushed out of a moving vehicle. This was strange, as it suggested that there was another accomplice at the crime scene. However, to this day, the other accomplice has not been identified, and this has also been the source of much debate. On April 14th, the body of 17-year-old Kevin Clark Bailey was found beside a road in Huntington Beach. Before his death, he had been castrated and anally raped. On July 28th, 2 victims were murdered. An unidentified young man, whose dismembered body was found in Wilmington on April 22nd, and a 20-year-old man named Ronnie Jean Vibe, whose strangled body was dumped beside the ramp of the 405 freeway on July 30th, 2 days after he went missing. A 23-year-old bisexual art student named Vincent Cruz Mestas. On December 29th, his body was found in the San Bernardino Mountains. Like the previous several victims, the murderer's methods were extremely brutal, and Mestas' missing hands have still not been found to this day. In November 1974, police found 5 more victims beside major roads in Southern California, 3 of whom were confirmed to be related to the same murderer, as their causes of death were almost identical. 20-year-old Malcolm Eugene Little and 19-year-old James Dale Reeves had foreign objects inserted into their remains, and the body of 18-year-old Marine Roger Edward Dickerson had bite marks, which were very similar to those of the previous several victims. On January 3, 1975, a 17-year-old high school student named John William Laris was murdered. He was last seen boarding a bus in Long Beach. The day after his disappearance, his body was found dumped in Sunset Beach. The cause of his death was strangulation, and foreign objects had been forcibly inserted into his body. There were clear drag marks at the initial discovery site of the corpse, indicating that the perpetrator was not alone but accompanied by another person. 2 weeks after this murder, on January 17th, the body of a 21-year-old man named Craig Jonatis was found discarded in a parking lot, and the cause of death was also strangulation. By January 1975, a total of 14 victims were suspected by the police to be connected to the same killer. Their remains had been discarded in 4 different counties over the past 3 years. All the victims were white males with similar physical characteristics. On January 24th, homicide investigators from multiple jurisdictions in Southern California gathered in Orange County to discuss the progress of their manhunt for the unidentified killer. The FBI presented a profile of the murderer to the investigators, describing him as a methodical and organized lust killer with above-average intelligence who showed indifference to the interests and welfare of society. Some investigators also believed that the murders were not the work of a single individual but involved 1 or more people with a military background. This was because residue of tissues was found in the nostrils of 2 victims, a procedure commonly used by the military to prevent post-mortem washing of remains. At this point, the investigators still did not have any concrete suspects. On the evening of March 29th, 2 young men, Keith Crotwell and Kent May, got into a stranger's Ford Mustang in a Long Beach parking lot. They drove around aimlessly in the Belmont Shore and Seal Beach areas, with the driver even giving them beer. May later recalled that he felt very nervous when he noticed his body becoming rigid after consuming alcohol. When the car pulled into a parking lot, the driver leaned over, opened the passenger door, pushed the unconscious May onto the ground, and then sped away from the scene. People present noticed Crotwell sitting in the passenger seat, his head resting against the driver. On May 8th, Crotwell's skull was found on a pier near the Long Beach Pier, and the rest of his body was discovered 6 months later. Upon hearing of Crotwell's death, May and 2 of Crotwell's friends were shocked. They immediately suspected that the driver from that time was the killer, a patron who frequently visited a gay bar in Belmont Shore. They searched the nearby community for the Ford Mustang and found the vehicle within a 1-mile radius, noting down its license plate number and passing the information on to the police. After an investigation, the authorities identified Randy as a suspect, as the car was registered in his name. On May 19th, the police called Randy to question him about Crotwell's kidnapping and murder. Initially, Randy denied having ever seen Crotwell and May, which puzzled the police, as witnesses had already confirmed the encounter and the vehicle had been located. Consequently, they summoned Randy to the police station for further interrogation. Once in the interrogation room, Randy admitted that around March 29th, he had met the 2 young men in a Long Beach parking lot and persuaded them to drink alcohol and take sedatives while driving. He then dropped May off at the parking lot but continued to wander around with Crotwell. They subsequently drove down a side road, but the car broke down, so he parked it on the side of the road. Crotwell chose to stay in the car while he walked to a gas station to call for a tow truck. When he returned, Crotwell had vanished. Randy's roommate corroborated his account, as Randy had called him that day to say his car was stranded on the side of the road. However, the investigators still did not believe Randy's story. In the following week, 2 detectives attempted to file murder charges against Randy, but the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office refused, citing the coroner's conclusion from the autopsy of the remains found so far that Crotwell had died of accidental drowning. On December 31st, a 22-year-old boy named Mark Hall was kidnapped in San Juan Capistrano. His death was the most agonizing among all the victims. His body was tied to a tree, and he suffered from being anally raped and castrated. In addition, his chest, scrotum, nose, eyes, and cheeks were burned, and there were many wounds on his legs caused by broken bottles. Most importantly, the forensic doctor was able to determine that he was still alive for most of the time he was being tortured. In 1976, Randy ended his relationship with Graves. Shortly after, he began a relationship with a 19-year-old bakery apprentice named Jeff Seelig, and then they moved to Laguna Hills. Although neither of them was inclined towards monogamy, they considered their relationship to be permanent. Seelig later told investigators that he and Randy would often ask hitchhikers for sex, and if they were willing, they would go back to their apartment with Seelig and Randy. On December 10, 1976, 19-year-old Paul Joseph Fuchs went missing. His body was never found, but his name was clearly recorded in Randy's diary. He was last seen outside a gay bar called Ripples in Long Beach, where Randy was a regular customer. On January 3, 1978, investigators held another meeting. They believed that there was more than one killer, but the identity of the perpetrator still could not be confirmed. July of the previous year was an important turning point. Fortunately, Patrick Kearney was arrested, and he confessed to the murders of 28 boys and young men, many of whom were dissected and discarded in garbage bags beside highways in Southern California. Unfortunately, although Patrick was arrested, his method of murder was completely different from that of some other victims, which meant that the perpetrator that the investigators were still pursuing remained at large. On April 16th, an 18-year-old Marine named Scott Michael Hughes was kidnapped. His body contained a large amount of sedatives, and the cause of his death was manual strangulation. Since a shoelace was missing from his shoes, investigators suspected that he was strangled with a shoelace. In addition to him, 5 other victims were murdered in the same way that year. On June 16, 1979, a new victim was found again. A 20-year-old Marine named Donnie Harold Kreisel was thrown onto the highway from a moving vehicle. His death was listed as acute alcohol poisoning, although he had very severe burns and signs of being tied up and tortured. On August 29th, the dismembered body of a 21-year-old British tourist named Keith Anthony Jackson was found in 2 garbage bags and a cardboard box behind a Union 76 gas station in Long Beach. 2 weeks later, the body of 19-year-old Gregory Wallace Jolly was discovered, with his head, legs, and genitals severed. On November 24th, a 15-year-old boy named Jeffrey Sayre from Santa Ana was kidnapped and murdered. He was last seen at a bus stop in Westminster after returning home from a date with his girlfriend. On February 18, 1980, the decapitated body of a 19-year-old Marine named Mark Allen Marsh was found near the Temescal Highway. He was last seen hitchhiking to Buena Park. In the summer of 1980, Randy went on a long business trip to Oregon. During this trip, he stayed in a small town near Portland. Before he returned to California, several victims were found in the area. The first victim was a 17-year-old Denver youth named Michael Sean O'Fallon, who had been hitchhiking alone across the United States and Canada. On July 17th, he was murdered, and his body was dumped 10 miles south of Salem. His body contained high concentrations of alcohol and sedatives. On September 3rd, the body of 19-year-old Marine Robert Loggins, who was tied up, was found in a garbage bag near the El Toro Marine Corps Air Station. He was last seen near the Pacific Coast Highway on August 23rd. Photos and negatives found by investigators showed Loggins in Randy's living room, sitting on the sofa in neat clothes, looking drunk, and his body was posed in various nude erotic positions in the photos. On April 10, 1981, a 17-year-old youth named Michael Crook was kidnapped while hitchhiking from Kent, Washington to Bakersfield, California. His body was found beside Interstate 5 near Goshen, Oregon. The autopsy report showed that his head had suffered 31 blunt force strikes, and after death, his body was subjected to anal rape and severe beating. At the time of this murder, Randy was sent to Oregon by his employer, and coincidentally, Randy was receiving treatment for a foot contusion at a nearby hospital on the day the body was found. 4 months later, the body of 17-year-old sex worker Christopher Allen Williams, who was dressed in tattered clothes, was found in the San Bernardino Mountains. His body contained phenobarbital and benzodiazepines, and when found, tissues were deep in his nostrils. The cause of death was suffocation by his own mucus. On July 29th, after residents of Echo Park complained about a foul smell coming from the direction of the Hollywood Freeway, an employee found the decomposing body of 14-year-old Raymond Davis from Pittsburgh, California, dumped beside the ramp. His body was hidden under leaves and soil. He was last seen in Echo Park on June 17th, looking for his missing dog. The young man's wrists were tied behind his back, almost the same as the way the victims died 2 years ago. Just 40 feet away from his body, the same employee also found the body of 16-year-old Robert Avila, who had been missing since July 21st, and his body also showed obvious signs of decomposition. On November 1st, 24-year-old Arne Mikkel Lane from Modesto went missing. He was hitchhiking to Orange County to look for a job, and his body was not found until 2 years later. On December 3rd, a 29-year-old man named Anthony Jose Severa went missing while hitchhiking to Medford. His body was found 2 weeks later. Before the murder, he was strangled, anally raped, and violated with foreign objects. At that time, Randy was on a business trip in Oregon and happened to end his trip on the same day Silvera died. On December 4th, Randy drove from Portland to Seattle to visit friends, and someone happened to see him wearing a military jacket with Silvera's name on it. The next day, Randy left Seattle and flew to Michigan. 2 days later, Randy met Dennis Alt and Christopher Schoenborn at a seminar in the Amway Grand Plaza Hotel. At midnight, someone also saw Randy talking with the couple in the hotel's reception area. A few days later, their remains were found in an open area near the hotel. Both victims were given alcohol and sedatives before being anally raped and murdered, and they were arranged in sexually suggestive poses. 24-year-old Alt died of suffocation, and 20-year-old Schoenborn was strangled with a belt. The day before these two victims were found, on December 8th, Randy traveled from Michigan to Portland. Within 24 hours of his return to Oregon, a 19-year-old hitchhiker named Lance Taggs was killed. Lance was last seen hitchhiking from Tigard to a relative's home in Los Angeles on the same day, and his body was found the next day, dumped on a rural road in Clackamas County. At this point, investigators noticed that in the murders that occurred in Oregon, when the remains of young men were found dumped near public transportation, their blood contained alcohol and drugs. They speculated that the murderer lived in another state, so the Oregon investigators relayed the details of the murders to police in other states, described the modus operandi of the killer they were looking for, and asked police departments with unsolved young male murder cases with similar characteristics in their files to provide feedback. The counties in Southern California responded quickly because they found that the killing pattern of this unidentified murderer was the same as the one they were pursuing. So they determined that these murders were all committed by the same killer. On January 27, 1983, a 21-year-old hitchhiker named Eric Church was kidnapped and murdered. He was last seen hitchhiking from Orange County to Sacramento the day before he was murdered. The autopsy concluded that he had consumed a large amount of alcohol and sedatives, and he was anally raped. The rope marks on his wrists indicated that he had resisted before his death. He died of ligature strangulation and multiple blunt force strikes to the side of the skull. On February 12th, 18-year-old Jeffrey Allen Nelson and 20-year-old Roger James DeVoe were murdered. The two young men were last seen outside a friend named Bryce Wilson's house shortly after midnight, when they told Wilson they were going to buy something to eat. Nelson's body was found beside a ramp near the Garden Grove Freeway just a few hours after he and Roger were last seen. The next day, Roger's body was found, dumped on a hillside near Baldy Mountain in San Bernardino County. At 1:10 a.m. on May 14th, two California Highway Patrol officers observed a Toyota making an illegal lane change on an interstate highway in Orange County. Suspecting the driver of driving under the influence, they signaled for the vehicle to stop. The driver then slowed down, parked the car, and exited the vehicle, discarding a beer bottle on the sidewalk. The officers administered a field sobriety test, which the driver failed, leading to Randy's arrest for driving while intoxicated. Meanwhile, another officer approached the vehicle and noticed a young man slumped in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. Several empty muscled head beer bottles and an opened bottle of lorazepam tablets were scattered around his feet. The officer attempted to wake the man but received no response. When he tried to rouse him by shaking his arm, he noticed the man's low body temperature. As he prepared to check for a pulse, he observed that the man was already dead, with clear ligature marks on his neck. The man's jeans were unzipped, exposing his genitals, and his hands were bound with a shoelace, bearing wrist injuries. He was later identified as 25-year-old Marine Corps Air Station El Toro-based Marine Terry Lee Gambrill, who had been strangled. Randy was then arrested. He was initially charged with driving under the influence, with further charges pending the investigators' subsequent inquiries. In the car's back seat, investigators discovered a belt, as well as alcohol, sedatives, various prescription drugs, and stimulants. There were also significant blood stains on the car's leather seats and carpeting. Under the carpet, they found an envelope containing more than 50 photographs of young men in pornographic poses, either asleep or deceased. In the trunk, they also found a diary with a list of 61 coded symbols. Subsequently, investigators conducted a further search of Randy's home, where they found clothing and personal items belonging to many of the young men murdered over the past decade. They also deciphered the symbols, which were believed to refer to each of Randy's victims, such as the initials of their names or the locations where the victims were last seen. On May 16th, Randy was formally charged with murder. In September, investigators interviewed over 700 witnesses and collected more than 250 pieces of physical evidence, which implicated him in 15 additional homicides committed between December 1972 and February 1983. On September 8th, Randy was formally charged with 15 counts of murder, as well as 2 counts of sodomy and 1 count of castration. On September 26, 1988, Randy's trial began in Orange County, where he was prosecuted by the judge. During the trial, nearly 160 witnesses were called to testify on behalf of the prosecution, and over 1,000 pieces of evidence were introduced. These included physical evidence such as blood stains, hair, and fiber evidence found in Randy's Long Beach residence and his vehicle, fingerprints discovered on glass shards at the crime scenes, and photographs and negatives of the victims found in Randy's car. Other evidence presented included work and travel records, as well as gas receipts that placed Randy at specific locations where the victims were kidnapped or discarded, along with a large number of personal items belonging to the various murder victims. Randy's defense primarily consisted of extraneous statements and alternative suspects. His attorneys argued that most of the evidence was circumstantial and attempted to portray Randy as an articulate, diligent, and upright member of the community. They did not deny that the 16 individuals were victims, but claimed that they were victims of someone else, not Randy. The defense also pointed out that investigators initially believed several of the 16 victims were killed by 2 other serial killers and argued that there was no concrete evidence proving Randy had killed any of the victims. The trial lasted a total of 13 months. On April 29, 1989, the closing arguments began, which lasted for 3 days. The prosecution again listed all the physical evidence and circumstantial evidence pointing to Randy's guilt. The defense argued about the circumstantial case presented by the prosecution, namely that all the murders were connected, and accused the prosecution of covering up the truth. Then the jury deliberated for 11 days before reaching a verdict. On May 12th, Randy was convicted of 16 counts of murder, 1 count of sodomy, and 1 count of castration. On June 5th, the same jury reconvened for the penalty phase of the trial, where they needed to hear further testimony from both the prosecution and the defense regarding Randy's punishment. This phase of the trial lasted until August. It was during this time that the prosecution presented evidence of several additional murders committed by Randy in Oregon and Michigan, and they were convinced that Randy was also responsible for these crimes. The defense refuted the prosecution's claims, calling them highly speculative and not based on reality. They also introduced testimony related to a PET scan conducted on Randy, claiming that the scan showed abnormalities in his frontal lobe, which reduced his ability to control his emotions and impulses. The prosecution dismissed this testimony, telling the jury that there was nothing wrong with Randy's mind. He simply enjoyed killing for sexual gratification. They added that the fact that his family and friends found it hard to believe he had committed any murders only showed what a good salesman he was. On August 11th, the jury handed down a death sentence. 3 months later, on November 29th, the judge formally sentenced Randy to death, saying, "To have something like this take place in our society, I think I've sent 8 or 9 individuals to their death in my courtroom before. I can take all those aggravating circumstances in those other cases and they don't match Mr. Kraft's record. I just can't comment. If anyone ever deserved the death penalty, he's got it coming." On August 9th, 2000, the California Supreme Court upheld the original verdict. As of 2025, Randy remains in the death row cell at San Quentin State Prison, and he continues to deny responsibility for any of the murders he was convicted of or suspected of committing.